There we go. We should be live.
Yeah.
I'm still not exactly like. At this point, I've done well over 100 streams, and I still don't know what the exact moment we go live is because when you hit the button, it looks like it's kind of loading or something. So I'm just not sure.
Yep.
I want to start saying, "Hey, hello there, everyone," blah 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 blah, and half of it be cut off because it didn't register yet.
Well, I mean, you can say it now. We know it's live now.
Well, yeah, we obviously. I'm talking in general though that it's just kind of a persistent issue for me with streaming. I don't know like when I can start saying stuff.
Because you don't do it enough.
Don't, I literally just said I've done well over 100 streams.
Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up.
Hey guys, did anyone here watch the last EFAP? I listened to it at work, and my god, what a wild ride from start to finish. I think I think that's one of my all-time favorite EFAPs, but I also think it's probably one of the worst people they've ever covered. This puts EFAP 93 to shame.
Oh my god, really?
Yes.
Holy shit.
This is someone who is far worse than Acerthorn.
No way.
The person they covered
Was Synthetic Man.
yes, the person
I know, but
his based on what I heard during that stream, his coverage of God of War Ragnarok was so bad, and just his attitude in general, that it makes Acerthorn look like the fucking Act Man in comparison.
well, Ackman's got some doozy of shit takes for as well.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not, like a bad person or anything.
No, not at all. That's true. But really, oh my god.
Yeah, wow, I had no idea.
Guys, you have to watch this latest EFAP. It is great.
Yeah, I'll have to make time for that because that sounds interesting.
Yeah, but it's also like over 11 hours, and like the deeper in it gets, the worse it gets. Because even at like hour 9 or 10, Mahler is still like, well, we still haven't gotten to the worst of it.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's great.
Good god.
Yeah, wow. God, yeah. So before this, I was trying to find something for us to cover, and someone recommended. Well, God, it's been recommended so many times in the suggestions channel now that Cyberpunk 2077 is better than Fallout New Vegas. It's pretty much clickbait. It's literally just a guy stating his subjective tastes of why he prefers one game over another without actually saying that one game does anything better than the other. So it's not worth, oh god, it's not worth covering, but my god, does he have a shit take at the fucking end. Just out of nowhere, like it's just a regular video about literally a guy just like, well, I like this game because of this reason, to fucking flashing shit on screen with text and shit where he's just calling out random channels for no reason, and one of them is Mahler, and he literally just flashes on screen that, oh well, no one who makes reviews this long, that anything longer than the movie itself, could possibly have valid criticism or be arguing in good faith. And I'm just like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Like, it's completely random, has nothing to do with the video or the games he's discussing.
It's complete fucking clown logic.
Yeah, and it's complete fucking bullshit. It's just so weird. And he lumps Mahler in with people like the Quartering and God, who was the other person he brought up on screen? Actually, I think he might have shown Ben Shapiro.
One of the videos I was looking at to possibly cover today, but I need to preview more to see how bad it is Ben Shapiro's review of House of the Dragon.
Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro's reviews for movies and stuff are terrible.
Oh yeah, he's got shit taste.
Oh yeah, he is really fucking bad at like criticizing media. He is awful at it. Like, I don't dislike him as a person, but my God, as a reviewer, he is terrible. He should stick to politics, honestly.
I thought you said he wasn't a bad person, though.
True. If he's a politician, he has to be a bad person.
Yeah, but it's almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
Oh, $5 from Captain Professor Dr. Horatio Fellatio Flungus McDingus III. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
I've been playing The Elder Scrolls 3 and 4, also known as the first two Elder Scrolls games. And why does Morrowind look better than Oblivion?
Because Morrowind has more style.
Yeah. Oblivion's more generic looking.
Can you guys cover Folding Ideas video on Minecraft and colonialism? It's super shit.
Oh,
What?
I did see that. I didn't really think it was worth covering, but because I didn't link it in here, but I did see it and I watched a bit of it and was kind of like, but it is kind of shit. It's literally just a dude being like, you know, like going through the whole process of how you make a town and stuff and how you get the villagers to do your bidding and stuff. And basically it's like he likens it to colonialism. It's really stupid.
That sounds retarded.
It's very similar to fucking, well, you didn't ask for this, but there you are. You're
Bam,
now a
suddenly
Nazi.
you're a Nazi.
Yeah, you're now a Nazi. It's literally, it's very on par with that.
Well, at least that stands in contrast to the normal times where I play Minecraft, where I go take over a village and turn it into a death camp. No. A lot of times I play Minecraft, I've tried to, like, build walls around the village and protect the villagers, but I just find it irritating to try and keep everything lit up so nothing spawns within the town. You basically have to tear the entire thing down and rebuild it for them.
The human sacrifices will stop.
That comment triggered a disturbance in the forest, such that it summoned me here. Daggerfall forever. Hello, Indigo. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
We also
Meanwhile, $5 from Lonnie Ching. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Potion seller. Hello, potion seller. I'm going into battle, and I want your strongest potions.
Oh no.
My potions are too strong for you, traveler.
6-month membership message from Geiger. Thank you. Hoot hoot, boys. What we do today. Another Skyrim and Fallout 4 video. This is from... Both of them are from smaller channels this time, though. So we're gonna be, like, a lot less harsh on them.
We're gonna try to.
Well, yeah, try.
Yeah, try definitely being the optimum word with lots of air quotes.
There's a couple where it's gonna be a little bit hard to like not say something mean, because there's a couple where it's just like they outright lie and it's like, oh, well, you didn't have to do that. Why'd you do that? Yeah, it's
that'll get irritating.
Yeah.
Wait, is this a synthetic man? No, we're not covering him.
No,
at least not today. 4-month membership message from Adeptus Fantasticus. Thank you. Come on, guys, give Synthetic Man a chance. The more you watch, the funnier it gets, especially while drinking every time he rees. Do you want to fucking die of alcohol poisoning?
Oh God, does he read more than you do?
He doesn't literally go... But most of his video is just, like, some of the worst arguments you've ever heard. Most of his complaints about God of War is not paying attention to the story, then complaining that all the dialogue is stupid and pointless, that their character assassinated Kratos because he's not killing every living thing in sight, and then just calling everything cringe and soy.
What the fuck?
There's one point where he was, like, talking about his, how his mother wanted him to go hand out candy for Halloween, trick-or-treaters, and he's like, yeah, that's cringe. It's like, do you just call everything cringe you don't like? Hey
Yeah,
man,
that's
I
what it
broke
sounds
my
like.
leg. Oh man, that was so cringe. Like that seems like, based on what I heard yesterday, it seems like something like his reaction to something bad happening. Oh
You're
man,
not
a
a.
second plane hit the Pentagon. That's cringe, man.
Uh,
Uh, $2 from Jaluigi. Thank you. Minecraft? I thought you said Mein Kampf. Oh no.
Well, according to a certain someone, they're the same thing.
I fucking heard that from across the hall from my headset while watching on my phone. Motherfucker.
Nice.
I am glad you heard my re.
Oh, did you guys hear about the fucking the Twitter trust and safety dude?
Yeah,
yeah,
I
he's a
don't know
fucking
how.
creeper.
Yeah.
I don't know how true that is that it was his alternate account, but that is super fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, the person who was behind banning the word groomer and nuking accounts that used it is also the he has some proclivities, let's say.
May in fact be a groomer.
Yeah. Of course, the fucking
Emphasis on may because, God, they are still rifling through all of the Twitter files and there are doozies coming everywhere.
yeah.
But Kratos didn't do that in the old games. He spared Aphrodite, tried to talk down Hercules and Hera, was going to spare Helios, and didn't want to beef with Hermes. Yeah.
Yep.
I've actually been watching playthroughs of those games, and yeah, all that happens. He lets Hera go numerous times, but she keeps fucking insulting him and pissing him off. He's like, okay, that's enough.
Yeah, it's not really that he
Well, the
is
reason is
bloodthirsty, but it's not so bloodthirsty that he literally just kills everything on sight. He does try to give people chances. They tend to just fuck those chances up.
yeah, and she
like,
keeps fucking with him because woman.
Wow.
God, who's the blacksmith guy? I'm not big into Greek mythology, so the names kind of escape me a lot.
Hephaestus.
Hephaestus.
Yeah, Hephaestus. It's like he was gonna let him live,
yeah.
and then he decided to try and kill him, and it's like, what the fuck? It's like all you had to do was not do that. He's not gonna go kill your daughter. The fuck?
God of Word is fastest. Fastest spelled IST, not EST.
Huh.
He also didn't really want to fight Hercules, yeah.
200 yen from Costco hot dog. Thank you very much. That's about
Thank
the
you.
price of them too. Love the content, guys. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Glad you enjoy.
Yeah, it's weird some of the criticism I'm seeing for God of War. Like, there's definitely some issues. Like, it has problems for sure, but people calling it soy because because Kratos actually cares about his fucking son. It's like, what the fuck? It's like the whole plot of the original is that he's pissed off about his fucking family being killed by himself, but because he was like possessed. And it's like, yeah, of course he's gonna care about his fucking new child. He cared about his wife too, but she died. It's like, what the fuck? Like, obviously he's gonna care. That's like the whole point of his character. It always has been. Why is him suddenly caring about his son and wanting his son to not become like him soy? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Keaton caring about his son is soy and gay. $5 from Dwarfcast Noah. Thank you. Howdy, been a while. All Quiet on the Western Front. It's a pretty good movie. And Kree is a furry. No, I'm not.
I've heard that the budget worked really well on that movie, but its story is pretty lacking. That's what I've heard from it. I haven't seen it myself. You'd be surprised how many fucking libtards are like, oh, how dare you try to humanize the Nazis? And it's like, what? What? Motherfucker, it's World War One, you idiot.
Also, not just that, it's the fact that the Nazis were human. Like,
Yes.
I don't know why people have trouble with this, but you can't just say that these people aren't human just because they do terrible fucking things.
Yep.
$5 from Jalen Brunson. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you guys read my 2 comments? Alright, let's find them here. Quick Panga, can you change your icon back to that fat, obese pony? Me and my girl about to have sex. I'm having trouble getting it on normally. What has happened?
Fuck?
I just go to Rule 34 and look at Creetosis art, but it's no time. Quick Panga, she coming back. I certainly hope there's nothing of my owl on Rule 34. But,
you know the rule.
She was withered and depressed. It was literally the opposite of fat and obese.
Those were certainly comments. Thank you, Jalen Brunson. $20 from Captain Professor Dr. Horatio Fellatio Flungus McDingus III. Yasso, Burb Furry, and Farm Tool. Today's emperor is Alexander the All-Right. His empire died immediately after him. Personally, I think a ruler should be judged by how well their empire is after dying, hence being just alright.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm so great and everything, but all this, but once I'm done, it all just shatters. Oh yeah, well done. You're a real. Granted, you do need to look at it too, based off of their reign as king or emperor, whichever. Which is, we'll have stuff to talk about. We'll have stuff to talk about when it comes to House of the Dragon, which I think we're doing next week, right?
Hopefully next week. I do want to watch through all the episodes, and I don't mind delaying it by an extra week as long as I get all the notes down that I need for it.
Okay.
Because I do want to have all the notes prepared and ready, because there's a lot of like small details and stuff that, you know, you catch in the moment, but you might forget later on. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
I remember this one because I mentioned it to both of you, but I really like that one moment where they're looking at the crab feeder's mask in Driftmark. Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, it's a neat little detail. Here we are several episodes later, and in the story, like, over a decade later, and here's just this trophy of taking down this menace to your people. But anyways, yeah. But yeah, we did finish watching House of the Dragon, and aside from one episode, it was pretty fucking good.
Yeah, that one episode was pretty rough, though.
Yeah, there's still a few things to take away from it that were not bad, but it largely felt like kind of a waste of time. And then there's the whole Dragon Pit fiasco, which,
yeah,
my god, please learn from Season 8 and not do that kind of thing again.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not as bad as Season 8, but it's like, this was a character that I actually kind of really liked for how little screen time we had of her. Because she seemed like a decent person, and then it's just, well, fuck, that does so much damage to her character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was strange. I thought it's like, why? You didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Well, fuck the ants, that's why.
House of the Dragon's thing to take away from is that it's better than Rings of Power. The fucking shit I took before stream is better than fucking Rings of Power.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Rings of Power, well, my personal best outcome of Rings of Power is it gets fucking yeeted and canceled. But Amazon, if Amazon actually wants to go forward with it, they need to fucking retcon the shit out of the first season, say that didn't happen, just redo it.
I wouldn't even say retcon. If Amazon still wants to do a Lord of the Rings series, drop Rings of Power and everything related to it, and just do something else entirely.
Yep.
Don't, like, make zero connection to it. Get rid of, like, I don't hate all of the actors that were on that show, but still just toss a lot of them so there isn't that connection there, you know?
Yep. Absolutely.
$5.
Well, not even it was all a dream. It just didn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. $5 from Adam Riley. Thank you. Damien did literally nothing wrong. He just wanted his brother's approval. There's a few things
He did some things wrong.
He definitely did some things wrong, but I think if he had been made Hand of the King, this is something we'll have to talk more about on stream. But I think if he had been made Hand of the King instead of Otto, the rule would have been a whole lot different, and probably battery critical, and probably even better.
Oh yeah. Because we're
Charging battery.
Series, in particular, because there's a lot
Charging
to
battery.
dissect with him.
There's what?
There's a lot to dissect with Viserys.
Yeah. He's a great character. I love the performance throughout the whole season. It is great.
Oh, absolutely.
Headset waifu. Yep, she's back. I don't know what's up with this headset, but sometimes they'll do the whole charging battery, battery critical, charge complete. Like, sometimes they'll do that stuff, but the other times they'll just be like, beep beep. And it's like, where'd headset waifu go?
Yeah.
Like, literally, sometimes she just stops talking to me for a few weeks.
Women, am I right?
Do we have anything else to talk about before we start into these videos?
God, I love that fucking cliffhanger ending though.
Oh yeah.
That we get like, God, it's so fucking tragic and sad. Jesus.
We can't spoil anything right now.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
We did at least ask the big question to Pagan though. We asked him, is he a black or is he a green? And
yeah,
good.
I am a black.
Yep.
For sure.
I'm a black, but I'm afraid I might be biased. In that, because I know where things are going, sort of thing. I think I might be biased. That's why I was way more curious hearing what Pagan's was when we asked him at the time.
Well, the greens just keep pissing me off. Like, fucking hell. They're so stupid. I'm like, good God, could you just be normal for 5 seconds?
Yeah, dude, we need an edit of the autistic child reeing in the back seat. We need Viserys' head on the mom turning back. Why can't you just be normal? And then have multiple of the child in the background with like different Targaryen names, just going ree.
Yeah. Good God.
$2
so stupid.
Yeah. Blame definitely isn't all on one side, though. Both sides do some shit. It's like, fuck.
Oh, yeah.
The funny thing is, this situation is so fucked because, like, if someone made a different decision somewhere down, like, along the line, the situation probably wouldn't be as bad as it is now. It's just everyone making bad decisions constantly.
Yeah.
Except for
I should clarify. It's not like stupid characters being like stupid or anything like that. It's not like that.
Yeah.
Everything makes sense. It's all falls into place very naturally and nicely. It's just, God fucking damn it, if they had just not done certain things. It's like, why couldn't you have just not done that?
Yeah. And again, there's you can see the logic behind it at the time, but you can also see how scuffed things are.
Yeah.
Like, even the Greens, their entire plan makes sense in a really fucked up way. It actually has a sound logic to it. Unfortunately, you're dealing with Targaryens. That shit ain't gonna fucking fly, bitch.
Wait, Pagan's black? I thought he was Korean. $2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. She thinks you cheat on her with Mume? That's why. What the fuck is Mume?
I don't know.
That does remind me though.
That's Mume is the owl VTuber.
Oh.
I haven't watched her. But that actually makes us even easier to segue into, because we were talking about before stream. The other day, me and Pagan were watching Pippa's stream of Choo Choo Charles, and what a fucking amazing stream that was.
Mm-hmm.
It was great.
Right.
$10 from Jylan Brunson. Thank you. So, Pagan, you telling me she's depressed and special need. Okay, I can work with that. But can you make your icon drooling? Yeah, that give me back to working condition. Jylan, why are you sending such cursed super chats?
Fucking curse.
We found the fucking Coomer.
Thank you for the super chat, though. $5 from Captain Professor Dr. Horatio Fellatio Flungus McDingus III. Blacks and greens are all terrible, and I choose neither. That's also a choice to make. Personally, I choose purple, because it's my favorite color.
I choose the blacks, but again, I know advanced knowledge.
God, I feel out of context that could be not a great statement.
What?
Like, careful not to let anyone screen cap that, because...
What?
Read it again.
Blacks and greens are all terrible, and I choose neither.
Mm-hmm. Out of context, that might be taken a different way.
Well, if you mean, like, black being black people, then I guess...
Greens being Irish.
Oh, greens are See, when you talk about, like, race stuff, when you say green, I'm like, but there is no green skin color. Like, unless you're dead, then maybe then your skin goes green, but, like...
I will correct you here, not just for Irish, but Marines. Marines are green. That is a thing that is drilled into you from the beginning. They don't give two fucks where your background was. If you're a Marine, you're green.
Oh. Alright. And, £5 from Happy Nihilist. Thank you. Which is dumber? Folding ideas, big building expansion equals white people equals bad, or synthetic, W% between L's with no good guys.
War.
Oh.
Never, because YouTube censoring shit like that.
That's dumb. That is a really dumb word to censor.
Oh, Twitch is doing it too. Which is one of the things that has gotten me to tell Twitch to go fuck themselves. So.
Or synthetic, war between L's with no good guys equals commentary on war in Europe. Yeah, that was a fucking retarded take.
Equals the war between Russia and Ukraine is what it was. It's like, what?
Yeah. So you did see that part of the video.
No. They told me about it in my chat. I'm like, what? Excuse me?
The Dark Elves and the Light Elves are fighting. Is there any good side to this war? Yeah, this is kind of like Russia and the Ukraine. Like, holy shit, what a dumb take.
Yeah, absolutely.
I swear we're going to get to these videos at some point. We just keep getting a lot of chats. $5 from Ryuze Kikun. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah, I think it's Ryuzuki-kun.
Ryuzuki-kun. Okay. 96. Thank you. Don't know what you're talking about, but cheers. We are covering a Fallout 4 and a Skyrim video today.
Woo!
That EFAP was a wild ride? Yes, that's amazing. They're going to cover Organized Chaos here soon as well. I can't wait for that one. That's going to be interesting.
God.
Anyways, we have a video to cover. We have two videos to cover. We have two videos to cover. What do you want to do first? Fallout 3 or Skyrim? Fuck! Fallout 4 or Skyrim? Sorry, I just can't get Fallout 3 off my mind because it's my all-time favorite game ever, because it's perfect and flawless.
I think we should start with the Skyrim video.
Get Skyrim out of the way.
And then work up to the Fallout 4 one, because I feel like the Fallout 4 one's the one we're going to have the most to say about it.
Alright.
Because it's woo.
So this Skyrim video is a bit of a weird one, because we can't tell if it's a parody or not. Actually, let me check something first. When was this uploaded? I don't actually know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know when the video was uploaded. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Yeah, can't you just...
What?
You gotta get it to put it into Watch Together. Can't you just see the video?
We can't see when it was uploaded from Watch Together. That's why I'm opening a new tab with just the video to see like when it was uploaded. Because if this is another April 1st,
I mean, you were gonna have to do that anyways. We don't have it in Watch Together yet.
No, I know we don't have to watch. I know we don't have it in Watch Together yet. What I'm saying is, I'm opening it in a tab so I can see when it was uploaded. 3 weeks ago.
And
okay.
so we can get and so you can get the fucking link.
Yes, I have the link. That's how I opened it in a tab.
That's why I said I can't believe. Why would you ask me what? When was it uploaded? Well, I don't know. Why wouldn't you know? You're going to go get the link anyways.
But
you can find this information.
Why wouldn't you know implies I should already know. I didn't check that.
Yeah,
that's why I had to
weird.
open it to find it out.
No. Oh my God, no.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I agree with Cree. What the fuck are you talking about?
What? That he would get the information.
Okay.
I mean, we don't usually look up the dates and stuff, so...
Neither do I.
Oh, we do all the time. What are you talking about?
We do midstream, not like we usually check before, like during the stream when a video is made.
Good Lord.
What?
No, both of you. Just good Lord.
Both of us, both of you.
Yes.
God, we're having another Jesse moment. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Look, it's very simple. I didn't know what date it was uploaded before we started the stream. And then, because we were talking about, oh, hey, this could be a parody, I don't know. Because it's hard to tell between parody and people being serious. Yeah, I'm going to go check. What date was it uploaded? You're like, oh, you should already know. And that's why we're all like, what?
I never said you shouldn't already know.
You literally said, why don't you already know?
I said, why not? Not, why don't you already know? Don't put words in my mouth. You were going to go get the video anyway, so I'm like, okay, why not? Because you were saying, what?
Oh my God, girls, please, let's move on. Okay.
Cree!
Jesus Christ, Cree! Come on, at least learn the words coming out of my mouth.
Look, I didn't remember what you said. No, stop. I didn't remember what you said word for word. Just the vague approximation of it.
Don't do that.
I'm sorry for not memorizing words as they happen perfectly.
Ladies, you're both
Ladies,
beautiful.
you're both beautiful.
Oh my God.
$5 from Dredgen Rays. Thank you. Glad to catch a stag live again. It's been a while. Can't wait for Starfield. 4 times the content of Fallout 4 spread across 1,000 times the planets. Hype. So...
Yeah. And they finally admitted what everybody with half a functioning brain realized, that almost all of it's going to be procedurally generated. Oh, no shit. Bethesda, come on.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, all the Bethesda bots like, oh, that doesn't mean it's going to be bad. We knew this from the beginning, you idiots. There was no way they were going to put any care and attention to 1,000 fucking galaxies. Or what they say, 1,000 solar systems? Like, fuck off.
At this stage, that level of detail is just impossible unless you literally have thousands upon thousands of people working on your team. With, like, a dedicated team of...
For each planet.
Yeah, and even then, like, having...
For each solar system, sorry. Yeah.
Well,
it's not even each planet.
I know it's solar systems and not planets, but let's just say it's 1,000 planets. That's 1,000 entire worlds that you have to do. I wouldn't expect a team of 12 people to put together an entire planet. Not when, at their best, they could do, like, a state in, like, several years, you know?
Yeah.
Not even the full state, either. It's just like,
No.
yeah, here's
Yeah.
part of Washington, here's part of, why am I having trouble saying this only? Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Fuck! Look, it's a weird word,
Massachusetts.
and I don't have to say it often, okay?
Yeah, it's fair.
Fair.
It is a weird word.
That's why we call it the Appalachia Mountains. Oh, I love that accent.
Wow. People are insulting my speech impediment. Rude.
Yeah, it's called being
Rude.
Canadian.
Wow!
Cree, have you ever
Racist.
thought about going to your healthcare system, getting that looked at? I mean, you know, they'll tell you the obvious. Why don't you just kill yourself?
Hey, doctor, I have a slight cough. Have you considered suicide? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, step into my lovely office. Yeah, the shower head on the wall. Don't mind that.
Anyways, yeah. They would need literally thousands of people to do, like, 1,000 planets, because one person per planet is fucking dire.
Yes.
If you are doing an entire planet.
Mm-hmm. Also, this video better not have been uploaded on fucking April 1st. I will ban whoever
No, he
posted
said
this.
it was a few weeks ago.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. I was gonna say, if it was posted on April 1st, I'm banning whoever posted that shit.
Alright, should we get to it then, finally?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab something to drink, but I'm gonna have my headset on, so it's fine.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Hey, I'm having trouble putting together the stair lift. Phone operator, you need to kill yourself, now!
Sad but true story, actually. That's how fucked Canada is.
Pronounce Arkansas, you'll be crucified no matter what you say. So I used to call it Arkansas because it is Kansas with R in front of it. So
Oh, it's
fucking
AR.
of course it's Arkansas. But no, it's Arkansas. Fucking what? It ends with an S!
Doesn't matter.
Can we talk about the title first? Can we? Skyrim, the best open world game ever made.
That's a bold claim. You will have to back that up, and you have 7 minutes and 22 seconds to do so. I do not envy your chances.
Yeah, he's got a lot of evidence he needs to fucking bring up to say something like that. Also, Arkansas sounds a lot like a Pokemon name. Doesn't
Go
it?
Arkansas! I choose you!
Arkansas! Yeah, I can see it.
It's because
No. Then Cree will get the special one. Arkansas, I choose you. It comes out and goes, Arkansas. Oh no, it's retarded.
I still need to finish that fucking Pokemon game. I've... The more I think about it, the more I have problems with it. Not
Hey,
a
how
3-hour
ironic.
video problem, but like... Maybe a 20 or 30 minute video problem. I think I might do that.
But how ironic that, you know, you're going to finish a game that hopefully by the time you beat might actually be finished.
No. No, it won't.
No. it
Yeah,
won't.
no.
Hope you don't get jump scared by another Psyduck crate. It hasn't happened to me. In fact, I did all the Titans and that never happened. I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I wanted the screaming Psyduck. Creed's gonna make an 8-hour Pokevid? Nah. I like the Pokemon series, but not that much. I don't think I could find 8 hours of things to talk about.
Yeah.
The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim is one of my favourite games of all time. I love it. It's a game I return to over and over again, because it has arguably one of the best open worlds ever created. I'm sure you'll agree.
Well, you're wrong there. I disagree
don't agree.
vehemently.
Yeah.
I think it is one of
disagree.
the worst open world games ever made.
Oh
But
boy.
also, again, lots of just you love it, you go back to it over and over again. Again, bold fucking claim. You are going to absolutely need to lay a lot of groundwork to prove said claim.
Yeah.
Because you're made a definitive statement, and especially in your title, the best open world game ever made. There can only be one best ever. So good luck.
And that's just the kind of thing that's going to be impossible to tell at some point. Because how many open world games are there? I suppose it depends to a degree on what you consider to be an open world game. Is World of Warcraft open world? I'd say so, because you could go pretty much fucking anywhere.
Oh my god. There was actually somebody that said... what game was it? They claimed it was an open world game.
I feel like this is one we might have talked about or covered at some point.
Oh yeah, it was Huggable Hipster. They said what game was it? It was in their list of like great open world games.
Right.
And they brought up a game that was like completely not open world in the slightest, and it was like, what?
A Silent Hill Homecoming, was that it?
Yes,
that was it.
Yeah.
It was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I swear to God, these X is the best / worst game you've never played are multiplying at a worrying pace. Yeah, people need to stop saying this is the best thing ever, this is the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
Alright, so 5 pounds from Threadnought, thank you very much. Which of you dares to read this? As Threadnought says, Skyrim is his favorite video game and is an absolute masterpiece, the best game of all time. Wow, Threadnought. I mean, do you have any evidence to back up that claim?
Gonna have to disagree with you there, Threadnought, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Threadnought. You're gonna have to go out on your own paddle there by yourself.
I think it's kind of amusing that he keeps sending in super chats saying stuff like that, as if it only means that's what we think because we read it. Like, not that he thinks that we think it because we read it out, but that... What?
Skyrim is not my favorite set, you bastard!
See, that's what I mean. It's like he's trying to get a soundbite almost of us saying, Fallout 4 is the greatest game ever made. It is my all-time favorite, and here are the reasons why. When it's like, yeah, but it's just something someone's paying us to say. Someone could send it in a super chat saying, yeah, I murdered fucking 600,000 people. It's like, well, yeah, it doesn't mean I murdered 600,000 people.
Oh god, that just reminds me. If you ever do... Chat, this should be common fucking sense knowledge, but if you ever do a live stream and an actual, like, IRL live stream, don't put on fucking push-to-talk. Or, sorry, text-to-speech. Don't put on text-to-speech. For the love of God. That is every single shit poster in the universe will come to your stream and immediately do the Thanos meme of, I am inevitable.
Now, you can limit words and stuff so people can't say certain things with those, because a lot of streamers have had to do that. But yeah, if you're gonna use text-to-speech, you have to put some kind of filter on there.
Hold on, I thought that was the entire point of text-to-speech IRL streams, though.
Yeah. As John inputs it, Kanye has entered the chat. Poor guy's having a fucking mental breakdown. I just hope somebody helps him. Honestly, I really do.
Yeah.
He got fucked over super hard. It's just fully like, you know, he's like, all right, that's it. It's like, oh shit. That is a dude who has got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Don't filter anything. Chaos rules. Yeah.
Unlike one of these highfalutin types who likes their games to work properly, and admittedly yes, Skyrim is a little bit buggy, So come on then, let's get all the bad stuff out the way first. Because yes, when you play Skyrim, you may encounter some technical issues.
Okay, so
It's one of the best. It is the best open world games anyway, or whatever. Unless you're one of the people who dislikes issues with the game. Paraphrasing,
Yeah.
of course, but
here's the other thing. Let's get all the bad out of the way first. So there's going to be more than this, and also, you've got 7.5 minutes. You are not going to get through all the bad in 7.5 minutes.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Your entire video couldn't cover all the bad.
Yeah, not even close.
Well, yeah, he is. He's going to cover like all the known bugs. Well, the ones that people talk about.
You mean like?
And that's it. There are no other bad stuff about Skyrim.
Well, I mean, we'll see.
Because like what we're seeing right now, piece of wood clinging to this guy's hand and a couple like sticking to his axe. That's like a weird fuck up, but that's not. That doesn't ruin the game for me. I can live with a game doing that once in a blue moon if everything else is solid, especially the RPG mechanics and the story. Well, stories.
The companion's forcing you to become a werewolf while admitting that becoming a werewolf was a terrible decision, and they're fearful that they will have lost their rights to go to Sovngarde because of this decision. So they never wish it upon anyone else, but they force you to do it.
Oh, they don't force you, Setch. You have the choice. You just can't complete the fucking quest line if you don't do it.
Exactly. Never play the companion quest line ever again. Oh, gee, dang. God.
But that's how RPGs work. That's how you make your choices. You just don't play.
Dude, that is a shocking sentiment I've been hearing more and more lately, is like, hey, it has deep choices. I can skip the content. That was a great choice. It's like, what?
Yeah, I can't believe we literally covered somebody who said that. Like,
well, Vincent Martin is one person.
Yeah,
that said
Vincent
it
Martin.
too, but there's so many people that say it now. It's just like, what the fuck?
You know, skipping content is not good game design. I'm sorry, it's not.
Yeah. Now there can be logical reasons why you're able to skip said content. Like, one thing Skyrim does that's okay is if you're an orc, you can go into the orc holds without having to do a quest because, hey, you're an orc. Welcome to a sanctuary away from the Nords and everything. Sure, that's fine. That makes sense. But that does not therefore mean, oh, Skyrim gets an extra point because it did that. No, that's nice, but that doesn't actually equate to much. Especially considering there are, 4 orc holds in the entirety of Skyrim? Oh, gee. Good job there. What a great passive.
Is skipping I don't like the argument you can skip content so it's good, but what about like skill checks where it's like, oh yeah, you could go collect this item, or you can jury rig it with the materials you have here because your skill is high enough.
See, again, that's what I said. That's why I brought up the orc stronghold thing as a good example of, like, yeah, you can do that, and it makes logical sense within the world, and there's a fort. That doesn't therefore mean, oh, that means it's amazing. No, it just makes logical sense. It's a part of the key factor. It's one of the keys on the piano. It is not the key that you don't just keep slamming that key alone to make music.
Right. Because that's something with New Vegas where you can skip different parts of quests or the story because your skill allows you to do something easier. Because that kind of skipping content I'm fine with because it makes sense within the world. Why go do something dangerous when you have the skill to do it here and now? The skipping content issue I have the issue with skipping content is great. The issue I have with that is, oh, well, you don't have to play that quest, or, well, if you just, reload your save and do the speech check over and over and over again until you pass it, then you don't have to do that content.
Yep.
Those are the shittier arguments about skipping content.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of the Patrician Skyrim video? I'm still not watching it because I haven't finished my Skyrim series yet. Once my videos on Skyrim are done, then I'll watch it.
I liked a lot of it, but I heavily want to push back on his blacksmithing thing. You making thousands of iron daggers, while yes, you'll get better as a blacksmith in a very vague sense, in that you'll know what each tool is, you'll know when to, or not even when to do that. So you'll know what each tool is, you'll know what they're useful for, you know how to correct minor problems, but making an iron dagger isn't going to teach you how not to put cold shuts in it. Making an iron dagger is going to teach you how to work with steel. Making an iron dagger is going to teach you how to smelt steel. Making an iron dagger is going to teach you how to do pattern welding, forge welds. None of that is going to happen by just making 1,000 iron daggers. I think that's a ludicrous statement. So again, that's the thing is like I get what you were saying, Patrician, but unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. If you made 1,000 iron daggers, you wouldn't somehow know how to work with dragon bone and stuff in Skyrim. That doesn't make any logical fucking sense whatsoever.
Creetosis. So, in 2033, rude. I hope to have it done a lot sooner than that. Maybe 2030. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, John M. That's what I'm getting at. Forging steel isn't really that different to forging straight iron. Oh my god, you couldn't be more wrong. Holy shit. Steel and iron are very different. And even in that, different categories of steel and different categories of iron are very different as well. W1 does not work the same as CRV20. W1 is specifically formulated to work with water quenches. CRV20 does not like water quenches at all. And those are both steels. My god, no, G-Forces, no. Just, no, absolutely wrong. It is worlds different. No, not cock and ball torture 20. Yeah. Iron, the iron is very forgiving as a metal. Very, very forgiving. Steel is way better of a metal, but the problem with steel is if you don't thermal cycle it and you don't treat it and quench it properly, you will get very, very brittle steel. I mean, cripplingly brittle steel. Iron is a mineral, steel is an alloy. Well, yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's a very true statement, but that is a good way to put it. Steel isn't just... you don't naturally find steel in the wild. That is a combination of materials to create steel. Whereas iron, you find in the wild. They're different, like lizards and snakes. Absolutely. Snakes and lizards are very different.
No, they're the same.
No.
I was just checking my phone while you're talking about that, and I got an email from YouTube. Creetosis, your 2022 year in review is here. 1.3 million views, 50.1 million watch time minutes, 30k likes, 4,232 new subscribers. March was the month with the most views. Top videos of this year. Fallout 3 and 4 aren't better than you think. Fallout 3 analysis. Your community is growing, blah, 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 blah. Total live stream minutes, 17.4 thousand. Total live stream views, 440.2k. Your most watched live stream, Vexatious Litigant, the David Stabbin story.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh, that is great. I'm just scrolling through these stats like, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty good. I'm glad the channel is doing well. Then I just see the thumbnail for the Acer Thorn video. Oh, fucking amazing.
If you max out speech, can you demotivate orcs by calling them pig elves? You know, weaponize racism. No, it'd be hilarious if you do it.
Is there a fantasy game where you can use racism against each playable race?
I'm pretty sure Arcanum you can. Or, yeah, Arcanum you can, because you actually have to... There's a lot of stuff that gets tied into race. Racism is very, very real in the Arcanum games. Absolutely.
Because, like, if you play a Dark Elf in an Elder Scrolls game, you should be able to call other people N-was.
But in this case, they're like, a good example is there's an orc who, all orcs are considered to be mentally handicapped in society. They're mentally retarded.
Oh no.
That's what they think of them. You meet an orc who you can tell isn't acting right. He's not acting stereotypically orky. And when you tell him what your favorite tea is, he looks at you and he's like, "Why would you drink that swill? You know, this tea is so much better if you brew it." This. He goes, grub nub, no like leaf water." And then it's like, aha, I knew it. It's like, you're actually smart. And he's like, shit.
Racial ability. N-word pass. Oh no. Alright, anyways.
I mean, fair enough, Invincible, but you get the point. The point is that orcs are supposed to be, you know, stupid. Why are the farming equipment being racist? I'm being farmist.
Oh no.
Quite naughty stuff like the game freezing or crashing, as well as glitches which can lock certain quests and hinder progression. But that's quite rare these days, probably.
No, it's still happening. Bethesda has still yet to fix the fact that shield bashing doesn't work for Argonians unless they become vampires.
Among plenty of other bugs. Remember,
to this day,
the unofficial Skyrim patch fixes, like, what? 200 or 300 bugs?
200 or 300 pages of bugs.
Oh no.
Because remember, some of those pages have multiple bug entries. Some of them have one bug entry.
Yeah, this is what I meant by I can't tell if this is meant to be a parody or not, because
yeah,
even just the way he says it sounds like he's taking the piss.
Yeah, but it's still hard to tell because we've dealt with people who act the same way, but were 100% serious in the bullshit they were saying.
Yeah, that as long as that there is such a thing as a game that has no bugs in it, and then they offered up Knights of the Old Republic, and then I immediately countered with, what about the chest bug that almost everybody got? Well, I didn't get that bug, so it doesn't exist. Alright, fuck off then. Seriously, the arguments you hear from some people are just wild. Knights of the Old Republic is a flawless, not buggy game. Because their whole thing was, how dare any game have any bugs ever? And I was like, you physically cannot have a game without bugs. That's not possible. Now, your whole job between your QA team and your bug testers are supposed to be to fix the really bad ones. You're never going to fix everything. You just can't. Code being the way it is, there's no possible way.
There's over 1,000 Creed. Oh no. That's a lot of bugs.
That's a lot of bugs.
Fuck, there's another comment there I wanted to grab. Alright, it's the dragons following you when... Charging battery. It's the dragons following you when fast traveling one. I feel like that's a bug I've had before, like way, way back, but I can't remember for sure. Oh, and the other thing, remember, I think I learned this on stream when I was streaming Skyrim that I found out that the game can't get rid of corpses. Like, remember in Morrowind how there's a dispose of corpse button? It would just remove the dead body from the world. Skyrim is so fucked that they can't do that, that after a few days, the corpse will just teleport to the corpse room.
Yep, and sit there forever.
Because the game can't handle dead bodies being removed for some reason. Like, how do you get to that point? This is like... Most games have corpse disposal by default. Like,
I'm pretty sure you showed on stream, too, going to the corpse room.
yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I teleported to that room. But, like, take a game like any of the Grand Theft Auto games, which are huge. You kill someone, their corpse is on the ground for a few minutes, then it will just fade away. Or you leave the area and it's gone, because fucking of course. Like, imagine if a game like that had a corpse room, how fucked it would be.
I'm just imagining, like the game designers being like, well, we need to add another corpse room. Another one? We were up to 35! Yeah, but we have a lot of rampages in the game. Okay, I'll put another one in. And every single one of them is filled up with, like, dead citizens just all over the place.
Especially when you consider Grand Theft Auto Online mode.
Yeah. Does the corpse room exist IRL? Yeah, it's a graveyard.
Imagine if that's what the point of the shark cards were. It wasn't greed. It's that they keep having to make more corpse rooms for online mode. It's the only thing keeping that game mode afloat.
Guys, you don't understand. We have 6,000 servers just running corpse rooms, okay?
If we remove a single one of the corpses, the game will be completely unplayable forever.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
$2.
Yeah, it's either completely fuck your game by removing a corpse, or let it constantly build and slow your fucking game down because it has to constantly load all those corpses.
They can't delete the bodies? Yeah, for some reason in Skyrim they can't delete the bodies, and I don't know why.
Yep.
Like, during testing, I think they had, like, crashes or something where it would just break the game. It's like, but how? How'd you get the game? Like, you were able to do it before. I don't think... Does Oblivion have a corpse room? Does Fallout 3 have a corpse room?
I don't
Never
think so.
heard. No,
I haven't heard about it.
I
I've heard of the dev rooms.
Dev
but those
rooms,
aren't
yeah.
corpse rooms. Yeah.
I doubt those games would have corpse rooms, because New Vegas, I'm pretty sure, wouldn't have a corpse room, because they specifically have characters die, like Oliver Swanek, so they don't take up resources in the game.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bandit 226 corpse must stay in the game, damn it.
Yep.
Bandit number 226, yeah. It's a thing in Fallout 3 and 4, too. Oh my god.
Really? I've never
Really?
seen the corpse room in 3 and 4.
Neither have I.
Well, I think we got some investigating to do.
Yeah.
Find the
Yeah.
corpse room.
Yeah, that's fucked. I don't know why their games have to do that, but apparently they do. Fallout 4 for sure has one. That doesn't surprise me, because it came after Skyrim. Anyways, video.
It's the fairly frequent little bugs that are for the most part charming and hilarious. Just a general jankiness, you know, fun stuff like flying horses or being launched into space by the swing of a giant's club.
So if this is a game I'm taking... Like, let's pretend for a second that Skyrim is a good game. That's the kind of shit that would irritate the fuck out of me, because it would take me out of the experience.
Yeah, it'd ruin your immersion.
Yeah. That's the word I meant to use. But yeah, it's like... Imagine I'm really, really invested in the story and characters in the world, and, you know, I'm having a great time, and then suddenly my horse starts floating away while I'm riding it. It's like, what Well, that certainly took me out of the game. That ruined immersion.
Then there's also some game design gubbins that some of the fusspots like to complain about, like how everyone's really ugly in the face, or how if you press the wrong button and accidentally punch a chicken, you incur the bloody wrath of an entire town and get sent to jail.
What? Okay. In your footage there, you need to actually show that the entire town is upset at you, not a single person, and then everyone else is walking around like no one gives a fuck.
Yeah. Also, I don't think it's, like, calling people fusspot... Like, okay, if someone does something accidentally, that's one thing. That's their fuck up. That's not the game's fault. What was the other example? Oh, people being ugly. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a valid complaint.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
everyone in Skyrim is ugly.
I mean, we're not asking for every character to be, like, supermodels. Some characters can be ugly. But when a lot of the characters just look a little fucking weird, I could see why people would be annoyed with that. What's up, my Orthodox rabbis? That moment was still amazing. Holy shit.
That saved the Game Awards. Holy shit.
Yeah, it did. That was the most interesting part of the entire thing. Yeah. I like how for like the longest time too, like after it happened, we were still like, was that guy actually on the dev team? Like, was he actually a programmer? No, he was not.
Well, part of that was because we had somebody feeding us a bit of misinformation.
Yeah.
There was a lot of information that night. Within a few, like, within 10-20 minutes, people are saying, oh, this is a alt-right fascist who's been on InfoWars and he's a groiper. It's like,
oh god, yeah.
Like, what? It's just some kid.
Yep, and turns out it was a Jewish kid.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2 pounds from Threadnought, thank you very much. Skyrim's lack of verisimilitude is frustrating. Yeah. Fair, that's fair. Oh no. $5 from Alex Hoffman.
Thank you.
Hi, Tops. How are you guys? I just passed inspection.
Well, I'm glad you passed inspection.
Well, I'm glad Penis Inspection Day went by without a hitch.
What?
I'm just thinking of that.
Or combat is...
What?
I was just gonna say, I'm thinking of that fucking American Psycho clip where he's like, oh, the crispness, the girth.
The tactile feel.
No, I didn't mean to. Why did it jump back? There we go.
The bloody wrath of an entire town and get sent to jail. Or how combat is mostly just a game of slaps where you frantically swing a mace with one hand while chugging a health potion with the other until your opponent goes limp or you go limp, having run out of health potions to chug. I mean...
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a big problem.
Yeah, that's a major problem that Skyrim is literally just a slap fight.
Yeah,
There's nothing to the combat.
It's boring as all hell. There's nothing. There is no complexity or depth to the combat whatsoever.
Oh my god. $2 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You all know my king size well enough. Well, just because your bed's that big doesn't mean you are. Hey!
Yeah, I still can't tell if this is a parody or not, because it almost kind of seems like a tongue-in-cheek, ho ho ho, all this stuff is fucking shit. But at the same time, he's saying this is the best open-world game ever.
Yeah.
So is the argument going to be, hey, despite all these issues, this is still better than every other open-world game? Because, no.
No, absolutely not. There's no way.
And again, that was the interesting thing of because Patricia went into such detail about it, is just how much he's like, yeah, it is just a slap fight. That's all it is. There's just nothing. There's just nothing when it comes to Skyrim's combat.
Yeah.
And what's worse is it kind of like shoehorns you into the stealth archer playstyle because it's so fucking effective. Which makes the combat worse. And then if you happen to try to play a mage, you're doing, as we said in our video, you've got to spend like 5 times the amount of levels to be even remotely as effective. The game's leveling with you too, so it's just mad fucked.
Yeah, I can't believe they released Magic in the state they did, because it's completely fucked.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's why most people go Stealth Archer. Because you don't have to deal with the lame slap fights, where it feels like both of your characters are weightless, nothing has any reaction to anything you do. It just feels like a really boring, like, oh, whose numbers are bigger?
What do you mean there's no reaction? If you hit someone hard enough with your weapon of choice, they'll continue their same animations they were already using, but they'll slide across the ground slightly backwards.
Yep. And even worse is the fact that you then realize that archery keeps you out of the slap fights, but then on top of it, if you crouch, you do double damage or triple damage if you get the upgrade for it. And now you can one-shot things from miles away, and now you've left behind the need to get into melee combat because you just plink plonk away. It's just so fucking terrible. It's so terrible.
Legendary Mage was a nightmare until I used Alchemy and Enchanting Exploit. Then it was boring because I just spam one spell. Yeah, if that's your magic system, it is fucked.
Yeah. Not to mention that, what are your big upgrades for your magic system? Oh, you can cast them in both hands. Does it actually do anything? Most times, no. In fact, it's actually way worse to cast both at once because you need your other hand free to cast other things or do other stuff.
Yeah, but Seth, what about that amazing perk to do 10% more damage?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and apparently spears, they had animations fully working for spears in game. They just decided not to put them in.
Oh.
Yeah. It's fucked. It's completely fucked.
Yeah, that is fucked.
Yeah, that's really bad.
The damage bonus ones get me the most because that's what skills leveling up should fucking do by default. Perks should be something additional on top of that.
By spears, you meant throwing spears, right? No, I meant actual spear combat. Two-handed spear combat. They actually have animations for it.
We could have had spears, but they just couldn't? No. We could have had spears, but they just didn't.
Yeah. Somebody actually put them back in one of the Creation Club contents. Hooray!
Of course. We had this feature in the game, but we decided to not do it, but we will sell it back to you because the modder re-enabled the thing we disabled.
Yep. But yeah. Huzzah.
It's not a or nuanced system, but it's fun to slap people. What more do you want?
A good game.
A lot more. Like,
Yeah.
I want them to actually react to being hit. This is the same thing I talked about when it came to why I liked Dauntless over Monster Hunter. So in Monster Hunter, you hit enemies and stuff like that, and if you hit certain weak spots and you do damage, you'll get breakpoints. And the monster will flop around and stuff. But it doesn't feel connected to what you did. There's no momentum and weight to it. It just feels like a canned animation. In Dauntless, motherfuckers charging at me, and I take my gigantic, massively oversized penis compensation two-handed axe, and I throw it over my head like a fucking hatchet, and it goes sailing through the air, hits them in the fucking face. You see their head cunk down into the ground, their nose digs in, and they do a full flip over your character. It feels good. It has weight to it. It feels like you just interrupted their entire momentum, set it off balance, and flipped them over your head like a fucking car.
That sounds way more interesting than the staggers in Skyrim too, because if you do a power attack or I think Shield Bash does it too, but like you could stagger enemies slightly, but just they go into generic, oh, I'm caught slightly off balance animation. It lasts for a couple seconds and it's done.
Yeah.
Oh, Dauntless has other problems, Nascent. I'm not saying Dauntless is the better game of Monster Hunter. Dauntless has the better feel to the combat. Dauntless has way worse problems.
But yeah, you don't even have to go like that, like much more like interesting. Just anything is better than fucking Skyrim. Like, just play Witcher 3. Just play Elden Ring.
Any of the Souls games.
They have infinitely, well, if we're talking open world specifically.
Oh, open world, okay.
I was going to say, yeah, if we're doing open world specifically, why not just play Witcher 3 or Elden Ring? They infinitely better combat, infinitely better stories. It just infinitely better everything. Like Skyrim just doesn't compare at all to either of those games.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, seriously though, I want more games to, like, I want more games to have Dauntless's system without Dauntless's fucking bloat. I want more games to have that feel of like, I just swung a piece of metal that weighs 600 pounds and I slammed it into somebody's head. I want them to react like they just got clocked by something that weighs 600 fucking pounds. And boy, oh boy, when that happens in Dauntless, you feel like, oh, that is a rush. And then you get to the massive grind and all the really, really shit MMO mechanics of Dauntless. And it's really shitty cash shop and season pass and everything. And oh, God.
Oof.
Honestly, Scorcher, I would prefer it if it had more realistic weaponry. But even with just realistic weaponry, if you took a two-handed maul and you slammed it against somebody, even if they're holding a shield, they better get off their fucking feet and get knocked on their ass. That's a two-handed maul. That shit, if you're bracing against a two-handed maul, is going to break your fucking arm or wrist. I just want stuff like that to happen.
I recently saw a Skyrim mod that had Sekiro combat, wondering how it would play now, honestly.
That could be interesting. An
Maybe.
actual back and forth sword fight? With whoever breaks whoever's stance first to get a death blow? That could be interesting.
Yeah. When I'm in a double speak competition and my opponent is a Skyrim fan.
That's great. God, we need a fucking withered fucking Squidward emote.
I haven't done Kingdom Come Deliverance yet. I should. I haven't done it yet.
The one that's keeping me from playing that game is the lack of magic. And I know that's the point of that game, but I just really like games like that are more focused on the fantasy than pure realism, you know?
Oh, I like games that have pure realism. I really do. I just don't know why. I always like, I'll start wanting to do something and then something will have that drive. Like, it is hard to get me to stop playing Darktide right now, okay?
Yeah. It's just my thing with, like, Kingdom Come Deliverance. From what I know of that game, there's no magic and there's no, like, monsters. Monsters. There's humans, there's I believe, wild animals. Again, what little I know about the game. And that's kind of what puts me off of it, is that there isn't that more fantasy element to it.
Yeah, which is fair. But again, I enjoy like more realistic games. I really do. And I genuinely do want to check it out at some point, but my god, I just... Ooh. No, Monster, wait till you meet your first dog. Yeah.
God. New Game Award meme just dropped.
Oh no.
Oh.
What?
That would never work in real life.
Oh!
That's perfect.
It took me a minute to get that. Hold on, let's get this up on screen for chat to see.
People severely underestimate just how easily it is to get past any sort of security or anything if you just look confident and like you're supposed to be there.
Also, it's kind of weird seeing one of the Rage comic characters like years after those died out.
Mm.
But yeah, if you're just dressed the right way and act the right way, you could get in pretty much anywhere. A little bit fucking horrifying, actually, that it's that easy.
Mm-hmm.
Just this random 15-year-old kid gets up there.
Ladder theory. Carry a ladder and they'll let you go anywhere. What? Okay. So, in the military, there's a thing called shamming. Alright? And it is the art of making sure you will not be told to do anything so that you can do absolutely nothing. And the way to get away with it the most is find a random clipboard, put some papers on said clipboard, and then just walk around with it and act like you're looking down at your clipboard every now and then, you're looking up. That's all you got to do, and nobody will bother you. Because they think you're doing something important. And if you see anybody out of the corner of your eye, or somebody looks at you and starts walking towards you, look over in a direction intently, look down at your clipboard, nod your head, and pretend you check something off on it, and then walk away. That person will then stop and go back to what they were doing instead.
What if someone sees that your paper is blank? Just grab paper with writing on it, I guess?
No, because you don't want them to get that close. If they get that close, they're within range of opportunity to tell you to do things. The best one I've ever heard was from Fat Electrician, explaining how a guy was so good at shamming they literally called him the Shamurai. And he would get up and he would walk with a purpose out of the squad bay, and he would walk in a hallway and he was bound and determined, and he would rip open a door and he would shut it behind him, and you thought, man, he is moving with a purpose. Then they realized that was a mop closet. And he took a 40 fucking minute nap.
Well, what if he just really needed to get a mop?
It is so fucking good. Oh my god. And the people that are the best at shamming are the E4s. So in the military, you have different ranks. You have your E1, E2, E3, E4, up to your officer ranks, your warrant officers, stuff like that. So those are your different pendants. E, W, O, so on and so forth. And at E4 is the highest rank you can be without having responsibilities for anyone else. All right? So in the Army, they're known as the E4 Mafia. In the Marine Corps, they're known as the Lance Corporal Underground. And what it is this is a rank where you have seniority and veterancy. Nobody underneath you could tell you what to do, and you don't have to give a shit what anybody underneath you does, because you have no responsibilities yet. So E4s are notorious for strategically transferring equipment to an alternate location. Let's just put it that way. The NCOs know that all the E4s are shamming. They know that all the E4s are stealing and stuff like that. They know they're doing all these shady shenanigans. And they don't care because those E4s will do the NCO Corps favors. Because, hey, they don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to get in trouble, and the NCO Corps doesn't want to write them up. So, hey, you know what? We're missing some equipment here. All right? So, Lance Corporals, Specialists, we're missing some equipment here. And we can't go anywhere until we get said equipment. Here's the list of equipment we're missing. Now, I know Bravo Company is out there, and they're currently doing drill. So I ain't saying anything, but if Bravo should happen to misplace the equipment that we need, well, it sure would suck to be Bravo, wouldn't it? And you best believe that those motherfuckers will get you that equipment. And Bravo will be pissed because their E4s will have to go get equipment now, too.
God, these memes. I'm fucking dying.
Oh no. Yes. Yes, I love that, but the people are retarded. One, that's so good. That is an old classic.
I like how Pagan is watching memes while we're trying to have a stream.
That's all I do.
Alright. It's not stealing if it's reappropriation of military equipment. Exactly! That's why it's strategically transferring equipment to an alternate location, not stealing. Anyways, let us get back on track.
And various annoying asshole NPCs that live in Skyrim, like that rude bitch from the clothes shop.
Thank the gods for the end of yet another pointless conversation.
And that rude bitch Nassim.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
And I can't understate the annoyance you'll feel at having been recruited.
You need to go deeper into detail about Nassim. Because he's asking you to go to a district that has a single fucking building in it. A district. Okay?
I find it funny that he brings up the fucking chick, because I actually found it kind of interesting that she's a bitch to you at first, but if you invest in her shop, she becomes really nice to you. Like, overly nice. And I was like, that's kind of interesting. I kind of like that.
So what you're
it's funny to me that he's shitting on her.
So what you're saying is she's an e-thought.
Yeah, she is.
Oh.
If you give her money, she'll spread her legs.
Yep.
I never knew what was the Cloud District. Okay, so you know how in Whiterun there's that one really, really, really big building where the leader of the town is, the Jarl? That's the Cloud District.
Yep. Just that building. That's it. That's Cloud District. Just it by itself.
$5 from Dredgen Rays. Thank you. Played Demon Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring this year. Just so I'd have one less thing in common with Quantum and Acer. Cool games. Sekiro is meh, though.
I will fight you on that one, sir. Sekiro is different. Yeah. That's the thing about Sekiro. Sekiro is wildly different compared to the normal Soulsborne games. And it is far more about the timing and rhythm and actual duels of sword fighting. Which, again, you either get it, you get that rhythm, you get that flow, or it's a miserable experience.
Yeah.
My God, though, when I got the one ending though, I was like, that was fucking cool. Oh my god, I'll admit it. I was transported back to my youth, and I was like, that was fucking cool. And for anyone that's wondering, think what ending I would think is badass. Just think for even a second, if you know any of Sekiro's endings. What ending would I have gotten that would have been great with a boss fight that's completely and entirely optional, but leads to a special ending? All right.
Worked your way up its ranks, uncovered a traitor's plot, killed said traitor, restored the reputation of the guild and returned it to its former glory, being initiated into its secret inner circle, and then finally crowned guild master, for the entire time to be constantly referred to as the new protege by the fucking caretaker.
So, you're Brynjolf's new protege.
Yeah. Wow. It's almost like they didn't put any effort into this. They didn't think any of this through. Because trust me, that entire fucking quest line is awful. And it is only spared being the worst quest line in Skyrim because the companions and the College of Winterhold exist. Otherwise, the Thieves Guild is easily like one of the worst quest lines / guild / factions ever conceived. My god.
It's also one of the buggiest because every time I've ever played Skyrim on PC, I have always had that fucking issue where when you get to the whatever it is, Carlia's hideout or whatever, where she opens up the fucking gate. Whenever she gets to the gate, she just doesn't open it. She just turns around and walks away, and you can't open it yourself. It happens every fucking time. And unless you know console commands, you can't do the fucking quest.
I actually had it live on my stream when I was doing my mage-only playthrough. And like, why is a mage joining the fucking Thieves Guild? I'm like, just shut up. And then we got to that point, and it didn't work. And I was trying so many things to get in that fucking door. So many different console commands, so many no clips and everything, and teleports, and oh my god.
Yeah, there's a bunch of shit you gotta do to fix it.
Out of curiosity, how far into this video did you preview, Pagan? Did you skip around, or...?
I watched all of it.
So he does say some positive things about Skyrim at some point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because we are...
Yeah, but we are 2 minutes and 10 seconds in.
Out of a 7-minute and 20-second video. So it's like, he's saying a lot of things that we're actually kind of agreeing with. Aside from, best open world game. But, yeah, all these things he's pointing out that are dumb are pretty fucking dumb. It seems like there's not a lot left to say positive about the game. You've just said everything else is negative.
Well, keep in mind, he only needs to say one good thing about the game, and that automatically makes it the best open world game ever.
Yeah, but that would mean by default all other open world games are worse.
Yeah, exactly. And they are. Compared to Skyrim, everything's worse.
Oh. It's that bad, huh?
I mean, that's basically what he implies.
Okay, well, I guess let's get to it.
Not the new protege. I'm the Dragonborn, Grandmaster of every guild and King of all Tamriel, and I've known you for years.
Well, not King of all Tamriel, but
yeah. That doesn't happen.
But this is a big problem with Bethesda's games. Look how meaningless it is. Oh, I'm the head of every organization in Skyrim.
Well, not just that. The point he's making here is one I really agree with too, because it's one of the big annoyances for me with these games, where characters will have different barks, they'll say, when you pass by them. Like, oh, do you go to the Cloud District? What am I talking about? Of course you don't. Those are the generic lines that the character will say anytime you pass by them, and they're scripted to have so many of these barks. The problem is shit like exactly what he's pointing out here, where, yes, I'm the leader of the guild, and you're saying, oh, so you're the new protege. It's like...
Yep.
This is supposed to be like a big RPG game, and you can't even update the character's dialogue to say something else.
Yeah. And I'm just taking it one step further, and like, you shouldn't be allowed to be the leader of all these factions. But Todd was definitely allergic to people replaying the game for some reason and starting over again. And after, with how bad the opening into Skyrim is, I can understand why not making people suffer through that nonsense. Apparently, they tried hundreds and hundreds of times, and that's what they came up with.
Oh
Jesus
god,
Christ.
yeah.
Oh.
I don't have a problem with someone being in the three like, I prefer the way Morrowind does it better, where there's a whole bunch of factions, and certain quests could lock you out of other factions. Like, if you join the Fighters Guild and do quests for them against the Thieves Guild, the Thieves Guild will not let you join. That makes sense, I like that. But, I don't have an issue with, oh yeah, I'm the leader of the college, or the Mages Guild, or whatever, and I'm going to go join the Thieves Guild. Because I do think there's that interesting aspect of, being the epic mage thief. But my issue at that point would be, why aren't the characters in the world acknowledging my status and position? Like, oh, so the leader of the Mages Guild wants to join the Thieves, huh? Got bored of studying dusty tomes in the university, or, whatever.
Yeah.
Creetosis, did you know that if you go back to Ustangrav after finishing that quest, the horn will be there, and you could get an extra dragon soul if you interact with the pedestal where the note was?
That's dumb.
Why?
Yeah, I remember that. That was a really dumb exploit people would do. God, do you remember the fucking the Augmum Infinium thing people would do, where you could put it on a shelf, where so long as you didn't go all the way through the menu, you could back out, put it back on a shelf, and then take it off again, and you could level up infinitely?
I had no idea about that.
Yep. You can still do it on consoles.
Or in Oblivion, you're the Archmage and you're ordered to steal from the Archmage. Like, motherfucker, you could have just asked me to give it to you. Yeah. Shit like that is annoying. Like, that's more on the designers at that point. Like, well, I'm going to design a quest where you could steal from one of the faction leaders, where you could become the faction leader.
You fucking There's also a noticeably limited voice cast, with many of Skyrim's denizens sharing vocal cords. The guards all feel like clones, identical in appearance and behaviour, all with wounded knees and a shared wonder and curiosity for curved swords.
They've got curved swords. Curved swords.
And on the surface, that might make the game feel small and restricted, and like it's incapable of offering any great depth.
Yes. Incredibly so. Like, a game like this should have a few dozen voice actors, not like 10 or however many they actually use.
Yeah.
Like, just to have you could hire like 5 different people to do guard voices and read out all the guard lines, just so there's that variety in guard, so it's not the same voice over and over and over again. Hell, you probably don't even need to do 5. Do like 3 or 4. As long as it's not 1.
Yeah. Oh, God. I heard they're reforming the Dawn God. I heard they're reforming the Dawn God. I heard they're reforming the Dawn God. Oh. All said by the same voice actor. Oh, God.
The problem with that is the frequency in which it plays, too. It's not the line itself. It's one voice actor saying a line that gets played hundreds of times in a playthrough.
God help you if you're walking through an area that has lots of guards, because there is no limit to how many times they can say said voice.
Yeah. Obviously, there's like a pool of lines they could say, and it varies. Like, you're not guaranteed to get it every single time, but the possibility exists to walk by 12 guards who are all near each other, who could all potentially spout the exact same line.
Except when it comes to the Dawn Guard one, it actually has a higher priority, thus a higher chance to be said. So it is a very high likelihood that you will hear every single guard talk about the Dawn Guard as you go by. It is infuriating. It's like, imagine there's a pool and your stuff is listed 1 through 10, with 10 being the highest priority. And stuff like, what, did someone steal your sweet roll, is like a 2 on being said, so it'll cycle through all the everything else above it, and maybe it'll do a 2 every now and then. But the Dawn Guard line is like an 8 on that scale. Because they wanted to make sure that the player knew they had Dawn Guard installed and it was good to go, and you could go there and everything. So they gave it a higher priority in the list. Because they gave it a higher priority in the list, it plays ludicrously often.
I heard they're reforming the bully hunters. I heard they're reforming the bully hunters.
Oh god, what a disaster that was.
That reminds me, I can't remember if it was Real BBC or Friday Night Tights, but several months ago, Az was talking about how he called up, like, Razer, or one of these companies that just does headsets and stuff, because they had a promotional headset with bully hunters. And he asked this company if they were still selling the Bully Hunters promotional headset. Like, just to fuck with them a bit. And the person on the other end was like, no, that's canceled. He said the person on the other end probably realized he was fucking around immediately, but they took it well.
Yeah.
But these quibbles really are just that, on the surface, superficial. Because Skyrim is a game world of tremendous scope, and one that is so captivating that all this aforementioned stuff is so easily forgivable.
No,
it's not.
No, it's not forgivable. The gameplay is really bad. There's no variety to the combat at all. It almost begs you to go down the stealth archer route so you don't have to deal with the shit combat.
Yeah,
The NPCs...
Not all these complaints are superficial at all. Characters being a bit ugly, okay, yeah, it's a little bit superficial. They're not absolutely hideous to look at. But the problem comes in with the whole, well, combat is boring, and combat is largely what you're going to be doing in this game. For what's supposed to be a deep RPG world, a lot of characters sound the same. That does help break immersion, like, really badly. Yeah. Alright, let's see what else he's got.
Yeah.
Yes, some of the twerps who spout the same shiz over and over, but there's much more to them than that. They each of them have a name, a house, a bed, others...
You can't be fucking serious.
No, they don't actually. That's the... Okay. This is a thing that defenders of Bethesda's nonsense actually like to parrot a lot. Just assuming that it's true, but it actually isn't true. A lot of NPCs are supposed to have houses, but they're just labeled to random places that don't actually even fucking exist anymore in the world, and Bethesda was too lazy to fix it.
Yeah, like, the best example
Like
is Nazim, where, oh, do you go to the Cloud District? Like, he's some kind of really important character. He even has a key in his inventory, I'm pretty sure, for a house that does not exist. Yep. He sleeps in an inn. He lives in an inn.
Yep. Let's not just mention the fact how, like, inns are, like, the weirdest thing ever. You'll just randomly see, like, some high noble walk into the door, go past go past the people in the inn, walk past the innkeep, and go into the innkeep's room and start sleeping. It's like, what the?
Yeah, that's very silly too. Sure, most characters in the game, like there are a bunch of cases like Nazim, but let's just give him the benefit of the doubt and say most characters in this game have a house and bed. That still doesn't.
That is not a character make.
Yeah, that's not a character. I could go into the editor for the game right now, plop in a dozen houses and a dozen NPCs with no dialogue, and set them to sleep in a bed in each of those houses. Those are not characters. There's not. I could give them different names. Those are still not characters.
Yep. I could give them one greeting line of dialogue, of like, "Hey, it's nice to meet you," and that's it. That is not a character.
Kill Nazim, soul trap him, use his soul to enchant a dagger, drop the dagger into the sea. That seems like something I should fucking do next time I play Skyrim on stream.
Yeah.
Run jobs, some have secrets, some are in secret relationships. Many of them have the potential to die, and if that happens, they might leave you something in their will if they like you enough. And if you're not happy with your inheritance, you can just help yourself to more from their residence.
The video stopped pausing for
their
me.
house key from their corpse in the local crypt.
Oh, it
because
did for me.
each
Hold
of
on a
them
second.
have their
I'll
own
get it.
coffin
There you
waiting for them there.
No,
And
it's
nearly
still
all
not
of them have
pausing for
something
me.
They need you to
It's
do
still
for
not pausing.
them.
Hang on, if I go
Errands,
back?
missions, assignments. There's an almost
No.
countless
That
number
work?
of tasks
No.
Oh my
waiting
God.
for you in every
What the
town.
fuck?
To strike out into
Fucking
the wilds of
stop
Skyrim
watch
with a
together, for fuck's sake. Okay, now it stopped after I fucking muted it and... It's not letting me change where the... Hold on.
Oof.
Thank you for the TISM watch together. I very much appreciate it. 10 out of 10.
Todd had enough.
I would have gotten away for it too. If it wasn't for that pesky owl and his friends.
His mangy owl. That mangy owl and his farm equipment.
All right.
Um,
Let me know when you're back, Cree.
I'm going to. I refreshed the page and everything is still loading in.
Oof. Oof.
I don't know what's going on with Watch Together right now, but it's completely fucked.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're already almost 2 hours in?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
It does not feel that long.
I'm gonna try and get us back to where we were.
Well, we could start talking about the point he made there, where I tried to pause it, where, oh, the characters might even leave something in their will for you. That's never happened to me.
It's happened, like, a handful of times to me.
No, so that is
That's
something
it.
that can happen. Okay.
Yeah, it can happen. They'll leave you, like, 100 gold at most, usually.
Wow, so immersive, so deep.
Yeah, it's pretty lame. Although he makes a pretty funny point about this that's like, okay. Like, you'll see when we get to it.
These characters can potentially die. I mean, yeah,
them.
it's an open world RPG game. I should be able
The
to
Elder
kill...
Scrolls 5
Oh, no. Okay.
Are you ready?
bed, others
Yeah.
run shops and have jobs, some have secrets, some are in relationships, some are in secret relationships. Many of them have the potential to die, and if that happens, they might leave you something in their will if they like you enough. And if you're
See, he called all that other stuff superficial. This is the kind of stuff I would say is superficial. Because,
Yeah, absolutely.
a character is they're in a secret relationship. Okay, how does this make the game better?
Exactly.
Because Oblivion had a very similar thing. There's a character in Anvil who, he's got a wife, but sometimes he'll go to another woman's house and sleep in her bed with her, implying, oh, he's cheating. It's like, okay, how does this make the game better? How does this improve my experience? How does it make the world better? Because this is the kind of thing you would only find out if you're, like, breaking into their house at night, which, fine, play how you want. Maybe you're stealing from them, maybe you want to kill them. I don't know, I don't really care. Point is, how does this improve the game? And especially with how weird and buggy Bethesda's games are. Like, we just mentioned the example of a nobleman going into the innkeeper's room and sleeping in his bed. It's like, so how do I know this isn't a glitch? How do I know this is intentional without looking into the fucking game editor?
Yeah.
In real life, I used to clean a lady's garden, so she left me 3 mil in her will. Believe me? No. Me neither, and it doesn't make me believe in Skyrim's world either. Yeah. Like, if it's your character's wife, then sure. That makes sense that they would leave something to you. But if it's just like, oh, I bought stuff from the Alchemist in Riften several times, and they like me, so they left me 100 gold in their will. It's like, okay. That's weird. Poorly scripted pathing? Rich stories. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to put the video back up, too. Whoops.
Oh.
It's not a big deal. You didn't miss anything, chat.
Yeah, he was just jumping between multiple different NPCs, just standing around looking at him. That's literally all it was.
Yeah, and walking around, and yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, this seems like the wrong thing to be focusing on to me. Like, I don't have a problem that this stuff is in the game. And maybe there should even be more stuff like that, aside from the will. That's silly. But, like, characters having relationships with each other or whatever, like, okay, sure, whatever. But that doesn't actually improve my experience as a player. That just adds something a little extra to the game world that, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter. It's something that's really simple and easy to do, rather than explaining how anything in the world works, which is more important, and Bethesda quite frequently fails to do.
Yep.
Yep.
You're not happy with inheritance? You can just help yourself to more from their residents by pickpocketing their house key from their corpse in the local crypt. Because each of them have their own coffin waiting for them there. And nearly all of them have something...
Do they?
Yeah, they do, but that's so fucking stupid.
Charging battery.
Yeah.
Charging battery.
Oh, what,
yeah, that's dumb.
You don't like what you got in the will? Well, just go fucking take the key from their corpse and go loot their house.
Yeah. Not from their corpse, from the coffin that's assigned to them, because their corpse will be in the dead room.
Yeah.
Okay, so couple things. If an NPC is going to die, it's probably because you killed them. Like, more often than not. So, that means you're probably going to take the key anyways. And if you really want to loot their house, it's probably something you're going to do anyways.
Also, I should mention, it's not every character, it's only a handful. Because obviously they can't have every character fit in the catacombs with interactable coffins. So it's only like major characters and only like a handful in the cities and stuff.
Oh.
So like 5 at most, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
like
kind of
5
really
like,
overselling this feature.
Yeah, it is. It's like you might get 5 people in a city who have designated coffins when they die. That's it.
Alright. But let's say a character did die and they do have one of these coffins. He just showed it. It was labeled coffin, so how do I know it's gonna be, like, Bellathor's house?
I think the inventory from the character that died gets put into that coffin.
Yeah, but I would have to go and check the coffin to see if it was like, because you said it's only certain characters, and like, okay, a character disappears from my game. First of all, is that a glitch or did they die and I didn't know it? If they did die and I didn't know it, I guess I just like have to. Well, I guess either way, I would have to check the crypts constantly to see if anyone died there. And then, if anyone did die and didn't get their body looted, then I would have to check each coffin to see if it's the, like, person I'm looking for.
I'm trying to remember. So when they die, you will get, a letter.
Yeah.
A courier will come up to you and give you a letter and say that this person has died and yada yada. And then
yeah,
you can then go back to that town they're from.
But that's only if they have the will, isn't it? Because characters
yeah, but you'll always get it. You'll always get it, though. It doesn't matter if they like you or not. You will always get a will for a character that, a named character that has died.
Died, but not by your hand.
Yeah, not by your hand, but like if they just randomly die in the world, you'll get a will.
Because that has literally never happened to me.
I think I've gotten it every time a named character has died, where I like sometimes it could take a while, but eventually a courier will come up and be like, hey, this person died. And then you could be like, oh, okay. And then you can go back to the town and search the keep for their coffin and take their stuff.
Doesn't this just mean Skyrim is more of a sim than an RPG? Kind of. It's not. Skyrim's not really an RPG. It's an action adventure game, honestly.
Yeah, that's something I've been saying for a long time. Skyrim is not an RPG. Now, where's the genre tag like a fucking skin suit, like Michael Myers? No, Leatherface's mask. But it's not an RPG.
Yeah.
In fact, you could say that about the Elder Scrolls title as well. They just fucking carved that thing out of a real RPG and slapped it onto this fucking abomination. I once got a letter of inheritance from a bandit I used a calming spell on. Yeah, because...
oh, yeah.
Because the
yeah,
letters...
I've seen that happen.
The letters I have got are the mercenaries, or the Dark Brotherhood assassin, where it's like, oh yes, I want you to kill player name from Bellathor. But then I also get them from, like, from Bandit. It's like, hey, are you fucking kidding me, game? Are you fucking for real? Oh, yes, I'm gonna sign my name as Bandit.
I can't wait for him to get to the part where he tries to defend the world itself.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait till you hear it, like, just straight up lies. Just straight up completely lies about the game.
Oh, great. Well,
wait till you fucking hear it. It is, oof.
Alright.
Well, we're about halfway through the video.
Thing they need. Errands, missions, assignments. There's an almost countless number of tasks waiting for you in every town.
No, there isn't. And if you're gonna bring up the fucking Radiant Quest nonsense, oh yeah, go get 3 flowers. Yay! You did it. There's your quest. Go kill the same nameless NPC over and over again. Yay! There's your quest.
Go kill the fucking giant that's walking the roads for the millionth time.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Out into the wilds of Skyrim with a journal packed full of quests can seem daunting. Not only because you'll find more to do along the way, in that regard, Skyrim actually feels a lot bigger than its square footage. You'll stumble upon bandit camps, ruined castles and forts, abandoned mines, operational mines, caves, grottos, tombs, barrows, and...
So, a lot of open world games, especially Bethesda games, have this kind of thing. Why does this make Skyrim better than Fallout 4 or Fallout 3? Because they have dungeons and raider camps and the ruins of buildings with stuff in them to find. Like, why does this make this game better than those games? Not to imply those games are good or not, but New Vegas has dungeons. Oblivion has dungeons. Oblivion has bandit camps and ruined forts and alien ruins and, like... And mines. There's mines in, all 3 games, actually. Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. So why are Skyrim's mines better than Oblivion's mines or Morrowind's mines?
And all the rest. But no, the journey feels daunting because Skyrim is a daunting place. There's some rough stuff out there. Bandits, bears, trolls, giant spiders, giant giants, and...
I can list the names of creatures in other games too and say, oh, it's a daunting world.
Yeah.
Morrowind has Daedroth and Orgrim and Scamps and Dwemer Centurions and Dwarven Ghosts and Skeletons and Bone Lords. Their Bone Lords are not weak.
Cliff racers.
Yes, Cliff Racers, very daunting. Especially if you have the mod that spawns 2 for every 1 you kill. But this is just the kind of shit you could say about pretty much every game. Unless it's like super kid-friendly stuff that doesn't have big monsters in it. Like, you could say this about Witcher. You could say this of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. There's, what are the main enemy types in Zelda games? The goblin guys?
Hobgoblins? Or...
Moblins?
Noblins? Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
There's those
And
things
then-
out there. There's,
Zelphos or whatever?
yeah, Octoroks and stuff. It's like, man... Okay, so I guess... How is Skyrim's world more daunting than Breath of the Wild's world at that point? Man, did you guys watch the latest EFAP? Yes, I did. It's great.
Did not.
These two haven't. They need to.
dragons. And there's the landscape of Skyrim, which is pretty daunting in itself. There's frozen tundra, misty marshes, desolate plains. Traverse.
Morrowind has swamps and the ashen remains of volcanic rivers. The whatever those areas are called. In the Ashlands. There's the deadly blight storms. There's the plains of the, I forget what it's called in the eastern part where a lot of the Telvanni are. There are buildings made of trees. This seems like another video where it's someone who wants to praise something they like and they just don't know what to say, so they're just spouting generic stuff that could be said about pretty much any game.
Yep. Like, imagine, so, Pagan will know this more, do this for Elden Ring. Do the same thing for Elden Ring and see how just the variety just blows Skyrim out of the water.
Yeah.
$2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Oh boy, I'm so hungry I could eat an Octorok.
Minus 3,000 points from Scoopmeister for referencing Zelda CDI.
Plus 10,000 points to Scoopmeister for referencing Zelda CDI.
God,
Minus
Zelda's
another
CDI.
20,000 points from humanity for Zelda CDI being brought up.
Zelda CDI is based.
Oh,
It is
God.
based as fuck.
Oh boy, kissing time! Goes to Raper. He literally does. He has to run away.
I like how that super chat inadvertently revealed how very unbased and how very cringe Setch is for not appreciating the glory that is Zelda CDI.
No. Oh, I appreciate it, but I appreciate it in the way that one would wear an entire hazmat outfit and look through a microscope like, what is it?
Well, excuse me, princess.
Excuse me, princess. Excuse me, princess. It's like, oh, God.
You just weren't ready for its greatness, okay?
The
Yeah.
fucking wolf character. I can't get over the fucking voice actor they chose for that. What the fuck? What were they thinking? Oh my god.
Owie.
I like how the shopkeeper has become a bit of a fucking meme.
Oh, the shopkeeper's the best part of that game. Come back when you're a bit richer.
Yeah.
Skyrim feels dangerous and foreboding. You never know when you might be ambushed by a deadly saber cat or a pack of vampires, or descended upon by a dragon, or all of them at once. That can happen. And there's a great tension and release when transitioning from the wilds of Skyrim into the sanctuary of town. So much so that escaping a bloody battle or a blustery blizzard into the warm glow of a tavern feels like such
This is super fucking flowery.
Oh,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ, that is flowery and so full of shit. Man, God, has anybody honestly felt tension being out in Skyrim's wild?
No.
Honestly, what the fuck are you puffing up here?
The only
Oh,
kind
just
of...
wait.
He mentioned dragon swooping down. I'll give him that one. There's a bit of tension when you see a dragon flying around. It's like, oh god, do I have to deal with this fucking thing? Or is it going to leave me alone? It's not like, oh my god, there's a dragon nearby. I'm so scared. It's, god, I don't want to fight that thing. This is going to be irritating as fuck.
It's when you tell the big, imposing mini-bosses of the world, just, hey, fuck off. I got shit to do. I don't want to deal with your bullshit right now.
Dragons are unironically worse than cliff racers.
Yeah. Absolutely. I would honestly have to... I would be shocked if anybody said that cliff racers are worse. I really would. I would have to be like, alright, we're going to have a fucking discussion about this, because there's no way cliff racers are worse than dragons.
Yeah. Dragons in Skyrim are just really obnoxious winged-legged snakes.
I mean, what? Your things are getting weirder and weirder, Creep.
What? It's true.
Yeah.
They're snakes with legs and wings.
No.
Yeah. Because they're a lizard.
Cree also thinks the Earth is flat.
No, I don't. I think it's a decahedron.
No, everyone knows that it's the almighty donut.
physically. Skyrim may be a harsh place, but it's a gorgeous one. It's a sublimely crafted environment from any angle, but...
No.
What?
No.
No.
Even the image you're showing here doesn't look particularly good, and you're not that far away from Whiterun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just comes across as someone sort of mindlessly praising just something they really like. Creetosis, to be fair, they're wyverns, and wyverns are described as serpents/snakes with a pair of legs and wings, like a bird/owl, which breathe fire and poison. Oh. So you're saying
Yeah,
is...
I have no idea why they made the dragons wyverns.
Same with...
I know, same thing in fucking Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did you do that?
I think it comes down to them not knowing what the fucking difference is. Oh, we can have a dragon with 4 legs and 2 wings, Or we could have a dragon where get this, guys. Its front legs are the wings.
Yeah.
And they just don't know.
I think that movie Reign of Fire really fucking caused all this shit.
Well,
Like
hang on a second, hang on.
after that movie, everyone started making dragons like that.
I'm thinking I have my handy dandy George R. R. Martin Fire and Blood book here for a second because I was been reading it. That's been my new go to the bathroom book. But also, I had to do double check for some stuff we're talking about House of the Dragon on. I actually think they do wyvern dragons in this book as well.
Oh boy. When did that book come out?
This one's modern. This one's very modern.
Okay.
This is the latest in the series.
Have the dragons in his stories always been?
I don't recall them going into super intricate detail on if they have 6 limbs or 4.
Because Reign of Fire came out in 2002.
4.
But yeah, after that movie, everyone started doing fucking dragons as wyverns because they thought it was a cool design. They're like, "Ooh, that's interesting. I've never seen that. We should do that with our dragons."
Yeah, this one has wyvern dragons in it as well. I fucking hate wyvern dragons. I really do.
I think they're fine when they're like a specific type of like a different creature from dragons, and it's like obviously so. But when it's literally it's basically a dragon, but it's missing its front legs.
Yeah.
I fucking hate that. I don't like it when they do shit like that.
I prefer.
Really hate it.
I prefer the classic dragon. 4 legs, 2 wings.
Yeah, same.
Yes. And I just don't like them too, because wyverns, the reason they look kind of dragon-like is a defense mechanism. You won't fight a dragon, so don't fight this thing that vaguely looks like a dragon. It's the same reason why you have the corn snake that looks like a what is it? It's the old rhyme. Black on red, soon you'll be dead. Black on yellow, could kill a fellow, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's the milk snake and is it the coral snake?
Yeah, coral snake, that's it. Milk snake and the coral snake.
Yeah.
I thought it was the corn snake, but no, it is coral snake.
You know, the corn snakes are the pinkish red ones that look really neat.
Wild and rugged as Skyrim
Pilk snake.
feels whole. One entire coherent land.
It's not coherent, though.
Yeah, here we go. This is where we get into lying territory. So, one, it's not
specifically
coherent.
looking at Solitude, which doesn't fucking function. That arch should collapse. It has no actual support. Rocks don't handle it like this. That should be collapsing underneath it immediately. It isn't a natural archway. It's a hard cut to another spot. There's no support there.
Oh, just you wait. It's gonna get worse.
Oh boy.
And not to mention Solitude, capital of Skyrim, has what, 14 buildings?
Something like that.
Total?
Yeah, it's really low.
Yeah. Oh.
No load screen to another, no gated areas. It's all out there, ready to explore in all directions right from the start.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Hold on. I have to explain this a bit because I was confused at first as well. So when he says gated areas here, I thought he meant like the cities.
Yeah.
What he means is gated areas as in like there's no area in the game you can't go to yet. Like you could just walk anywhere you want.
No,
but that's not true either.
That's wrong.
That is not true. But he ruins this point later because he actually fucking he fucking Oh my god, I was because I was confused at first, and I was like, did he just say that? And I was like, oh, he means as in like areas you can go to. But then later he fucking says like, oh, and all of the cities are open. You can walk into them. No loading screen. And I'm like, oh, that's not true. That's obviously not true.
He must be playing modded and forgot he had his mods on. I mean, we could say that about Morrowind, except for Vivek City, of course, but still, there's the outdoor areas of Vivek City which admittedly don't have much to them at all, but it's still there. There's no loading screen to get within Vivek City limits itself.
Yeah. And there's no loading screen when going from the bottom of the lands between all the way up to the northern, all the way up to the kiln of the fire giants. There's no loading screen between that. It's such a nothing like statement.
Yeah, it is. It's so weird to even lie about it. Like, why?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. I think we're just gonna have to play it more because I.
Hang on, I'm gonna go back so we can hear the full thing, and then we'll just continue past it.
Yeah.
It feels whole. One entire coherent land. No load screens from one region to another, no gated areas. It's all out there, ready to explore in all directions right from the start. The only thing fragmenting the countryside is the impassable mountain ranges. Oh, and they are impassable. Just accept it. Save yourself 4 hours of trying to hop over them and just walk around the long way. But other times, exploring Skyrim can feel more serene. There can often be found a calming stillness when wandering, especially at night. To witness the majestic aurora in the sky above while the stirring score of the spectacular soundtrack plays in the background is truly wonderful. And then
Holy shit, the flowers on this is a fucking garden.
Yeah. The sky is pretty, guys, and the soundtrack is good, even though it's ripped off from fucking Morrowind for the most part.
Large chunks of it, not all of it.
Yeah, just large chunks.
He has to explain things in this overly flowery language, because just saying the sky is pretty doesn't make for a very good video, and it takes longer to say the glorious, majestic aurora borealis in the sky is a lot better than, yeah, this effect looks neat. It takes longer to say.
Mm-hmm. I hope I didn't just fucking like invent that fucking thing about him like fucking his own point over later. I swear I remember him saying something about like,
well, we'll see it when we get to it.
Open.
It might have been a different video you've seen it in too, and you're just remembering it.
It could be, but I'm pretty sure it was this one. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
And to have that tranquility ambush of saber cats and vampires and dragons is the kind of gameplay experience that has me returning to Skyrim over and over again.
Know the way.
And if you get bored of wandering...
So, the literal final boss of the game.
Yeah, scripted scene. Nice.
Yeah.
Alright.
In the wilderness, plundering ruins and dishing out smackdowns to bandits and dragons, you can just get married and build a house instead.
If you have the DLC, sure, but also, God,
dealing smackdowns to bandits and dragons, isn't that fun for a lot of people? But dealing smackdowns to bandits and dragons is, God, oh God, if only there was a way to describe it. Oh, that's right, slap fights. It's almost like that isn't a superficial thing at all.
Yep. And not to mention, like, one, you need the DLC to put a house anywhere, and two, the houses are in very specific locations, and three, they're grindy as fuck, and four, there's nothing you can really do with them. They are so fucking cookie cutter, it hurts.
Yeah. The base level of the house looks exactly the same for all three houses, and you can only have the house in 3 locations, and you can build all 3 if you want. there isn't really a choice of what to put in there aside from not building it at all. So, like, let's say there's a corner of the room. It's like, oh, well, can you build this or that or these or those there? No, there's one option. There's a single option for that corner. You could either build it or not build it. There's your choice. Have fun.
Yep.
So it's just this big, long fucking grind to decide whether or not you want to completely furnish your house or not. And then you get 3 wings to your house where you could build an extra add-on, and you have a choice of those. But same thing as the rest of the house, what goes in those is exactly the same for each type. So if you decide to build the enchanting lab, then you're going to have the same options for every enchanting lab, and you're not going to be able to, like, swap anything else. Like, do you want to build X or Y here? No, it's always X. Always X.
Well, yeah, why is it that if I build a house near Markarth, why can't I make it look Dwemer style instead? Try to fit in with the actual, like, region of Skyrim I'm in.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you can't do that. That'd be too much work, and effort's a dirty word of Bethesda.
Yeah,
Oh,
they all just look like a house from Whiterun. Like, vaguely similar. Yeah, there's that aspect. The other aspect is you're doing all this for a house that you're really not going to be spending a whole lot of time in. Because there's nothing to do there besides decorating the place that you call home. But you don't actually use for anything besides storage. And for your NPC wife. Why is having a house such a big deal? You're never going to really use it and avoid your loveless marriage like my dad did. Ah.
Hey, don't worry, he just went out for cigarettes. He'll be back.
But yeah, it's just pointless, really. I don't know what else to call it but pointless.
Adopt some kids, buy a cow. It's all possible. It takes a long time to run out of things to do in Skyrim.
That's not necessarily a good thing, though, because what if a lot of the stuff you're doing is just boring, meandering, busy work with no point, like building that fucking house? Like,
Yeah.
okay, let's say you don't buy the materials for the house. Let's say you go and collect them all manually. So you do the mining, you do the smelting, you find the clay, you cut the wood or whatever. I'm sure that'll take many hours to fully upgrade everything in your house. Is that going to be time well spent? Or is it going to be time spent doing boring, busy work? Because at least it's something like Minecraft, where you do have to go and collect all those materials. You can at least put them into any fucking shape you want, as long as it's still blocky, of course. Any shape you want. It's not, you're not locked into one specific house design.
Yeah, it's why, you know what? It's why Valheim has such a cool system. The fact that, like, smoke and everything works, you need to actually put in chimneys into your house and stuff.
Yes.
That is genuinely, it's a small detail, but oh my god. Seeing the smoke build up inside your house and then slowly go out your chimney and everything is honestly really immersive. And
Yeah,
the game
I love it.
is just oof.
Yeah, I've been playing it again recently now that I know about the update. But I've been having a blast playing it again.
Yeah.
And even then in Minecraft, your imagination is the only limit. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And to a degree, the kind of blocks you have, like, there's some things that you can't do in Minecraft simply due to a limitation of blocks not existing, or certain options not being available. Like with stairs, for example, I like how you could put them upside down, so you could get that extra, like, level of detail in certain things you're doing. But you can't put stairs on their side to make, like, a big, thick pillar, for example, look a little bit more rounded. You know? Or to have a more, like, smooth, diagonal corner to your house. It's just not possible. I once made a condom house in Minecraft. Thank you for sharing, I suppose. I don't even know how you do that. I don't want to know. But yeah, it's like... It's just very different where you have the option to do pretty much whatever you want in Minecraft. Where Skyrim, you're locked into this one house with really 3 choices of what to actually do with it.
Yep. Oh, and the towers. If you build the towers, they're so awful.
Yeah, they suck.
Because the fucking ladders are brutal.
God, my mind is so cursed when when you read that comment. I just imagined the 2 soy guys pointing and just putting out a giant condom. And at the bottom it just says fucking condom house.
While some worlds seem to shrink the more you explore them, you move from one area to the next, emptying them of resources and information, and moving on again, never to return. Skyrim, meanwhile, is a world that just unfolds around you. And
Did we play the same version of Skyrim? Because, I don't know, I felt the more I explored, the smaller it got. Like, okay, let's say you go to Solitude, and you do every quest in the game that has anything to do with Solitude, well, there's no real reason to ever go back there. Unless you just, like, want to sell stuff to people. I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier because I don't know what else to say. It just seems like someone grasping for praise for the thing they like.
Yeah. Which again, you can like things, but don't inflate it. Don't do this nonsense and it is the best open world game ever made. No, it's not. You enjoy it. That's different. Okay?
Yeah.
You enjoying it does not make it good. Does not make it bad either. You just enjoy it for whatever reason, for however many reasons there are stars in the sky. People will like different things. I genuinely like Ride to Hell Retribution, and it is a dog shit game.
I once made a Nazi concentration camp in Minecraft to gas those Minecraft villagers. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
San Andreas has a better world. Yeah, I really want to play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas again. It's been a long time. So, some people like getting they nuts stomped on. Doesn't make it good.
No. Imagine that video I showed Korean Pagan of Boris. He was a mad scientist in Space Station 13, and he had himself a max cap gun, and he tried to use a blue space crystal to escape, and all of a sudden you just hear Yoda go, "Crush my balls and firelock, I must." And he immediately teleports into a firelock door as it's closing, and it crushes Boris. Perfect
Wow.
timing with the Yoda scream.
And it takes a long time. And Skyrim is an RPG that flirts with the idea of being an immersive sim. It feels like
No, it
the world
doesn't.
carries on when you're not even in it. Like
What?
the game could play itself.
What?
What
No,
the fuck are you
it
talking about?
does.
Yeah, so this is the other thing that I was gonna mention, that like, yeah, he's lying. Yeah, no, the game does not play itself. Like, if you just sit your character like in a random spot on the map and just walk away, the game will not progress on its own. It's not Stalker, okay?
Well, not just that.
Which is the meme of Stalker, the fact that the game won't literally complete on its own, but Jesus Christ, it feels like it sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just that. It's the whole thing of especially with Fallout 4, but these games feel like an ant farm, where not even a fucking ant farm, because at least an ant farm stuff will happen, like when you're not paying attention to it. This is like, it's like everything is in stasis when you're not there.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I wonder what has happened in the wonderful town of Winterhold while I've been away. Isn't it magical and whimsical? It's like, no, fucking nothing has happened. Nothing has changed.
Yeah,
Go into
everyone just goes
solitude.
about their daily routines where they walk from like store to store or go outside and work their shop and then they go to bed. That's it.
Yeah.
You
Go
don't
into
get
solitude,
it because
turn around, leave. Go into solitude, turn around, leave. How many times is that execution going to keep replaying until they finally get it all the way done?
It's just okay. So I go to a town. I go AFK. I go to Riverwood, and I always have to stop and think because of River Run. You go to Riverwood,
Yeah.
and you go AFK, and a character will come out and will chop wood or will run the lumber mill, and their animations will play. And oh, isn't it great that the world is running without me? They're just doing generic animations, and nothing is actually changing within the world.
Yep. There's a chance that a nearby town, if you're close enough, a dragon might spawn and kill some people, but that's about it.
That's another thing that bugs me is you don't even have to kill the dragons to take their soul. I thought the whole point was that you're fighting them so you get their soul. But if you just stand there and NPCs kill them, you get the soul anyways.
Yep.
Or my favorite part, when the fucking NPCs decide to fight said dragon, and so you get Bjork, the fucking blacksmith, will run out there and be like, I'm gonna go punch it! It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I hate that shit. Like, they couldn't have programmed the fucking NPCs that aren't supposed to fight to just go run away,
Or
go
go
inside.
into a house, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
And some people do wrong. Sometimes people do wrong idle animations. That too.
Oh, what do you mean? That never happens in Bethesda games.
Well, I mean,
I never see an old lady who's basically crippled, just dance on a pommel horse or hammer walls like she's an engineer.
well, my favorite is still Vinny Vinesauce's playthrough Skyrim on the Switch, where he got the companion Serana and kept her around for quite a while, and every time he stopped somewhere to talk to a character, to do a quest or whatever, she would fucking home in on any animation spot and fucking Terminator walk over there and fucking activate it. Like, he's talking to a hunter in the woods who sometimes hammers at their house to, I guess, technically repair it, but again, it doesn't do anything. And she just starts hammering away on this person's house. It's like, Serana, why are you doing that? Or the best one,
Yes.
the Black Sacrament, where the kid is in the house stabbing at the floor trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood. And you go up and talk to the kid, and he's like, oh, wow, you're here, you're doing the thing for me, you're going to kill this old bitch. And Serana just kind of, like, teleports over, and she doesn't even, like, move to get into the animation. Like, she doesn't kneel down onto the floor. She just jumps to suddenly being on the floor. Like, one frame she's standing, next frame she's on the floor, stabbing at the floor like he was, playing the fucking Black Sacrament animation.
Yep.
It's like the Family Guy fall where it's just one frame from literally standing to on the floor.
Yeah.
It just needs the sound effect of her going whoosh.
Even better, it's because Bethesda was like, oh, we need our NPCs to be more alive, so we made this companion and we gave it really high interactivity. So, like, her priority is she prioritizes interacting with interactable elements of the environment. Except they didn't program any of these elements to have, like, critical flags or anything like that on it. So it literally means any interactable in the environment. So the Black Sacrament is one of those interactables.
Yep. So stupid.
5-month membership message from Dry Complimentary. Thank you. I would like to nominate Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton. Thank you, everybody. Oh.
Yeah.
I love how we could just read that off now, like super easily now, without any pauses or gaps because we've heard it so much.
Yep.
Oh, that's great. What a legend.
Feels alive, almost perpetual. This, along with the atmosphere and the character of the world, are what makes it so engaging. And despite its flaws, what made it so widely recognised as Game of the Year back in 2011 over other...
It won
Because
Game of the
Bethesda
Year
had a
back
lot
in
of money.
2011 because of the fucking hype train, and because this is a big
Yeah.
studio that everyone loved at the time, and the fact that the Game Awards were like a fucking month later.
Yep, and
Yeah.
we've called them the bought and paid for awards for a long fucking time.
Yeah, everyone's known that the fucking Game Awards are a scam for a long time. Just like the Oscars, it's not. Everyone knows this shit. Like, their opinion means nothing. It's
Yeah.
the same thing as a game journalist telling you a game is bad. It's like, okay, so
We
it's
just-
probably actually really good.
Yeah, so the reason, like, some people are like, why'd you get excited at the TGAs when Elden Ring won Game of the Year? Because the normies, alright? The normies think that this stuff is, like, legitimate. That's why I get mad when stuff like The Last of Us 2 won. Because everybody that has a functioning brain knows Last of Us 2 is a dog shit game. It is awful. But normies don't know that. Normies are fucking sheeple.
Yep. And the fucking VGAs praised the shit out of that fucking game.
Yeah.
Oh, it won like every fucking award, even though everyone hated it. And I think that's really what opened people's eyes was that. I think it was that winning all those awards that really opened up everyone's eyes that this shit is rigged.
Yeah. There's no reason
Because
in
it
hell.
was, yeah, it was so blatant that people couldn't ignore it anymore. Yeah, I'm glad that Elden Ring won this year because God, it had so much stacked against it in terms of like narrative.
Yeah, especially because they put fucking God of War in. That was only out for a week before it was nominated. Like, Jesus Christ.
And I'm certain.
That screamed like, oh, this is rigged as fuck.
Yeah, they definitely did that specifically so they could give more awards to that game instead of Elden Ring. Because otherwise they would have had no choice but to give almost all of the awards to Elden Ring. And they didn't want to do that because, well, we can't make Elden Ring seem like a good game. We've been shitting on it all year long.
Yeah. Fucking shill media about how, like, it's offensive that it doesn't have an easy mode and isn't for all players. Fuck off.
Yeah, and the story's non-existent. How dare they release a game like this? This is shit.
Oh, Kuro, yeah, we saw that Genshin Impact won Player's Choice. We also know Genshin Impact was botted to all hell and then made a bunch of super easily obvious bot accounts on the Sonic game. Oh my god. Dude, the gay ops worked. I hate it so much.
Oh my god, but Pagan Stray exists. It can get more awards. I was actually thinking of making a meme based on that because Stray was getting so many awards and it seemed kind of odd that I was actually thinking of just making a meme in SFM where it's just literally everything, like every award that comes up is Stray, even when it's not even like nominated or anything like that. and like it doesn't even like fit like best action role-playing game. Then the winner is Stray, and literally just everything. Just have it just constant everything Stray. And then when they go to like the music section, you know, like a break, whatever, you know, where they have like the band come out and play a song, it's literally just the cat just standing, just like playing the bongos or whatever the whole time. It's like that's literally all it is. Everything is Stray. It's all Stray. Always has been Stray. To the point that like the crowd all turn into cats. And then the fucking earth turns into the fucking cat's face from fucking Stray and all that shit. And you do the fucking meme where the fucking astronauts are in space, and it's like, wait, it's all Stray? Always has been.
Oh man, it was just weird that Stray. This is the one where I'm like, okay, Stray is a fine debut indie game. It's fine. Vampire Survivors made an entire new genre. Fuck off not giving it to Vampire Survivors. Seriously.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was weird.
Does creating a new genre
Vampire
really
Survivors definitely
mean
got that?
Does creating a new genre really mean that it should win Best Indie Game?
Best indie debut.
Oh.
It was his first game ever made.
Yeah,
and he
but
made
I mean,
an entire genre.
Yeah, and
Still.
everyone was playing it. Every
Yes.
VTuber and every
People are
fucking
still playing it.
Yeah, it was huge. It was weird. Like every time I would go to watch basically anyone play a game or watch any VTuber or anything, they were playing the Vampire Survivor every time because it was so fucking prolific. I didn't see anybody play Stray. The only person I actually saw play Stray was Ricky Berwick.
It was so big that fucking Nick Rekieta on his streams was telling other lawyers to pick up Vampire Survivors. It's like for $3 you get Vampire Survivors. It's really fucking good.
Yeah, it's so weird that it didn't win. It should have won, for sure. Like, Stray is a fine game and all, but it's like the replayability is basically zero. And I didn't hardly see anyone play it. I saw like a handful of people even mention that the game exists.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
what I mean,
Vampire
it's like-
Survivors was on every fucking channel.
Yes. And again, it's $3. Like, holy mother of God, Vampire Survivors is insanely good for $3.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And you know what's even better about that? Because Vampire Survivors is $3, all these other Survivor games are really fucking cheap, and a lot of them are really fucking good too. Like, I just played on stream one that people were recommended to me. They were like, "Hey, play this. We want to see you play this on." And it's called Rogue Genesia, or Genesia, however you want to say it. It is really fucking good. It is $5. And it has roguelite element built into it, and the survivor mode built into it. But it's just so good.
I thought you were going to say Rogue Genocide for a second.
Rogue Genocide. Well, I mean, considering how many tens of thousands of things we're killing, sure. 7 Canadian Maple Leafs from Queen Fire Panda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Finally, getting to watch you guys lives. What have I missed?
Someone
a lot of
using
weirdness.
someone using incredibly flowery language to try and defend Skyrim and say that it's good. All these big important things, that's just superficial. Now here's all this superficial stuff to prove that Skyrim is actually really good and deep. Oh well, the video's almost over. 30 seconds.
Yeah, let's.
Great games like Uncharted, Portal 2 and Skyward Sword 1, and why it has endured for so long, and why it's a game players like myself love to return to over and over again, and probably why they re-release it every year, and probably the sole reason why Microsoft acquired Bethesda for $7.5 billion.
I don't think...
No.
Microsoft was seeing shit like Doom, okay? They're seeing a lot of IPs that were under Bethesda's banner, and they're like, we gotta get us some of those IPs.
Yeah, and to say that they did it because it was such a good game. No, they did it for money.
Yeah, they did it because they knew a bunch of fucking sheeple would be forced to get Microsoft. They'd be forced to get Xbox so they could play their Starfields. It had nothing to do really with Skyrim. They just saw this baffling mystery of the Bethesdards that are like, oh god, Bethesda's so good! And they're like, alright, well, we're gonna make it Xbox exclusive.
Yeah, this is really just another dumb argument. Microsoft probably bought it for Skyrim alone. They probably paid billions of dollars for Skyrim. Like, my dude, Skyrim's been out for... Did Microsoft acquire Bethesda before the 10th anniversary? Or was that after?
I can't remember.
Alright, it was
Sure,
close
before.
to around that time, so let's say about a decade anyways. That is 10 years of this game being sold and being released and re-released. The majority of the people who are ever going to buy this game own it. If Microsoft was buying Bethesda purely because of this game, then they weren't going to make their money back on this game. Because there is no guarantee that the next game Bethesda makes is going to be good. Because, well, first of all, Skyrim isn't good, but the next game Bethesda made was Fallout 4. Then the next game Bethesda made was Fallout 76.
Yeah, Microsoft bought them after 76, did a lot of damage to Bethesda's reputation.
Yeah, and like Chad is saying, the sole reason, and not Quake, Wolfenstein, Doom, Fallout, and all the other billion-dollar franchises. Yeah,
Yep.
no, it was all Skyrim, guys. It was nothing else. Totally just Skyrim.
No guarantee that it'll be good, but it will be profitable. Not necessarily.
Yeah, that's not necessarily at all. Fucking Bethesda did not do well on 76. Like, at all.
No. The backlash they got for that was immense.
The sheer amount that they had to... that they were giving copies of the game away because they couldn't get rid of it. A ton of places lost a lot of money on Bethesda, betting on Bethesda.
Yep.
My favorite were the pictures in Germany where they were literally taping it to the back of boxes of Xboxes and stuff to try to get them away. No, you just get this. You just get this with it. Don't ask. Just take it.
Just set a fucking box of them outside at night. It's like, oh, I hope no one steals this box of games. Then they come back in the morning and steal there. It's like, motherfucker.
They go to the middle of Detroit and just leave them all there, and come back a week later, they're all still there. Not a single one's been taken. How the fuck is this even possible?
How do we have more copies of Fallout 76 than we left here?
That would be funny. That would be even better.
People think it's a drop-off to get rid of it.
Yeah. Like, throw your garbage game here.
Oh, God.
Oh my god, that would be funny.
It's amazing.
No, that's the end of it. Cool.
Okay, so I guess I did just invent that in my head that he said that none of the
Well, at one
cities
point
were closed off.
That one
Well,
point
I
was
mean,
pretty
he's
fucked though,
well
because
there.
I do want to hear that point again because it was so fucked. Because that is what it sounded like.
Feels whole. One entire coherent land. No load screens from one region to another. No gated areas. It's all out there, ready to explore in all directions right from the start.
See,
Yeah, see,
he
that's a
says
lie.
no gated areas. The context you gave to that, I would not have if you did not give it. Like, was that in a
Yeah.
comment or something, or?
No, I just the more I thought about it, the more that term in that way made sense.
Well, either way,
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't work
but it's a
because
lie.
Yeah, either way, it's fucked. So I
let's
guess
take
technically.
let's take the initial interpretation just quickly. No gated areas. There's literally a gate to get into every city with a loading screen.
Yep.
Sure,
Yeah.
you can explore the entire outdoor area of Skyrim, aside from the cities, without loading screens. You can walk from
Now,
one side to the other without a loading screen. But to go
Now
into the
let's take the
cities... Huh?
go ahead.
To go into the cities, there is a loading screen. There is a gate. The other half of it is no gated areas, as in areas that are actually blocked off from you until the game says you could go there. Well, there's plenty of those too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sovereign Guard is an area you can't go to from the very beginning of the game.
Well, it's not even.
A Cloud Ruler Temple is an area you can't go to from the very beginning of the game.
It doesn't even go that deep, though, because it's stuff like this door requires a key to enter, or we're just not even going to let you into this area because it's a part of a quest for later. There's a room in Whiterun. What's the Dragon's Reach. There's a room in Dragon's Reach which is blocked off that you cannot get into because it's part of a Daedric quest. It's not even, like, properly set up for people to enter it, I don't think. Because there's, like... No, I know what it is. There's, like, a dresser there, and that is part of a quest thing where it's, like, you talk to this door and you hear a voice from the other side. And I think that gets disabled so you can enter the room later on in the quest.
Yeah. But I think he was specifically, like, if we're talking about in that regard where he's not talking about literal gates to the cities, I think he's just talking areas like the world itself.
Yeah, which we said.
Which doesn't work because things like Sovereign Guard exist, so...
Yeah.
Again,
Cloud
he's
Ruler
wrong.
Temple exists. The Night Mother's Temple... Or, sorry, not the Night Mother. The fucking... The Thieves Guild quest. The Nightingales or whatever.
Yeah. So just
That
on every
exists.
level, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
$2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. The games are still there, but the box is gone. they stole the cardboard box all the copies of 76 were in, and they have more copies of 76, but the box is gone.
Nope.
$7 from
back.
Queen...
They come back and there's just a big pile of fucking... God, what material were the bags made of? I can't even remember. Were they like nylon?
Yeah, nylon.
No, they were... The nice ones were...
Canvas.
Yeah, they were supposed to be canvas, but the actual ones were nylon.
Yeah, there you go. Which was a huge scandal on its own. Then all the helmets had mold in it.
Mm-hmm.
That was great.
Well, those were different helmets. Those weren't those helmets.
Yeah, fair. But the fact is
the,
that these were official helmets that were packaged with the game.
Yeah, and then there was the Nuka Rum incident. Like, oh god, the fucking Nuka Rum. That was a big one. People were really pissed about that.
Where you can't even pour. We spent hundreds of hours on the bottle design. This bottle design where you can't even pour it if you have the plastic shell over it.
Well, that's the annoying thing, too, is that's something I might have gotten if it was a glass bottle, just for the fact of having that glass bottle. And then you find out it's a plastic fucking... Yeah, it's a plastic fucking mold put over a normal bottle. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, and it's fucking cheap plastic, too, and it's not like see-through or anything. It's literally just a flat brown color that's a shell that goes over a regular bottle of rum. And it's not even good rum. It's cheap, nasty
really
rum.
shit rum, yeah.
Yeah. So, people were so pissed about that, and rightfully so. Because, my God, they advertised it as if the bottle itself was the actual
frosted glass.
Yep. Yeah, and you could pour the rum from that, but no, it's literally just a plastic shell over a regular bottle of rum.
Fallout helmet with mold is called the Pippa edition. Again, her stream of Choo Choo Charles was fucking amazing. At least what I saw of it. And I recommend it. People go check it out if they like Pippa.
It was great. It got better after you left, even. It was so good.
Speaking of Choo Choo Charles, though, Creetosis, will you be playing Choo Choo Charles on stream? Yes.
Yep, that is the plan. Kriya's been talking about Choo Choo Charles
for a year.
Almost a year, yeah.
Pretty well. You say that as if I talk about it often. I haven't. It was announced like a little over a year ago. I'm like, man, that game I need to fucking play on stream. And then we found out in January, they've delayed it. And then, they don't have a date on it anymore. Then, December. $7 from Queen Fire Panda. Thank you. Finally got around to playing New Vegas, and I'm enjoying it. Not to suck up, but don't think I would have played it if I didn't watch these streams. That's not sucking up. Glad we could.
that happens way more often than you would actually think it does, Queen Fire Panda.
There's plenty of people in
that's why I
chat.
like doing variety streams on my stream, because there'd be a bunch of people who's like, I never would have tried that before, and now they play it and they enjoy it too.
Yeah. There's plenty of people in chat who have said, hey, I started playing Morrowind because of you guys, and I'm really enjoying it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shockingly, getting people back into Morrowind.
Well, getting people back into it and getting people into it in the first place.
Yep.
But anyways, yeah, that's this video done. Time to move on to the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, now this one was the one that this one was bad, but it's this Fallout 4 one that I knew was going to be the problem.
See, I had previewed the Fallout 4 one before, and I wasn't liking what I was hearing, but I decided not to cover it a couple weeks ago when we almost did, because it was, actually, I think that might have even been last week, but because it's just such a small channel, I don't like going after small channels because it almost kind of feels like bullying, even though that's not the intention. It's just that sometimes people make really bad arguments, and sometimes those really bad arguments are frustrating to the point of saying, holy fucking shit, you're retarded, what's wrong with you? Not saying that'll happen this time, but it does happen a lot, because a lot of people make terrible arguments in defense of the things they like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, I like it. It doesn't make it good or bad, I just like it. That's all you gotta do. It's like fucking hard.
Yeah. I didn't watch all of this one. I just watched a portion of it, but when I got to the part where he's going to say something specific, I'm not going to give it away here, but when he got to a specific part and he says a very specific thing about the game, I was like, oh my god, you cannot be serious.
So, are we ready to cover this video then?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Alright.
Hello, friends.
Nope, stopped immediately for me. Okay.
Was a Benich. See you in the next videos.
Oh. Well, that's that video.
Okay.
Thank you for...
Okay,
that
thanks
video
for
was
coming
good.
out.
Woo, yeah, thanks everybody. No, okay, hold on a second.
Yeah,
I
let's
don't
get
know
back
why
to
I
the
skipped all
start.
way to the end. Yeah.
$5 from Captain Professor Dr. Horatio Fellatio Flungus McDingus III. Thank you. Started playing Morrowind because of you nerds, and now I can see why it's one of Creambird's favorite games. Been obsessed with it for the last week. It is great.
Nice.
It
I still need to
was.
play it.
And was all over the shop. You'll be one too before long.
What?
Gotta mix some Bloodborne in there too. You know what? That's one thing I was disappointed in. From Software, where's Bloodborne? Bloodborne PC.
Yeah, I was really hoping we would get an announcement for that, but I don't think it's ever going to happen.
However, I am really happy to see Armored Core. Like, I am unreasonably excited for Armored Core. Holy shit.
Yeah. Everyone's been talking about Armored Core. I don't know much about the game, but like every YouTuber I've been watching recently who saw the VGAs, and that's basically all they talk about is the fact that Armored Core is coming out.
I haven't played Armored Core in fucking ages. The last Armored Core I played, and this is when I had time, I played like Armored Core 2. Like, holy shit. I am so hyped. I was like, well, Armored Core's never coming back again. I don't really want to get all that into it. But now Armored Core 6 is coming out, and I'm like, I at least have to play 4, 5, and 6. I have to play 4 and 5, at least. Holy shit, man.
We got a very rare re from Setch.
Yeah. But they just need to announce it. It was funny because they were like showing off games like that coming to PC, and I'm like, well, that's not surprising. And it was another Sony exclusive. I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Sony's realizing that they really should just do to PlayStation and PC to like get a lot of money. They should just do that. Microsoft doesn't get any money from you selling your games on PC. You bunch of dinguses.
Yeah.
Oh man, I know how you feel. I'm still waiting for Elden Ring DLC. Yeah, same. We did get the arenas, and they're okay. They need some work, but if they do what they did with Dark Souls 3 and renovate them, I think they'll be pretty good. But yeah, I'm hoping to get some serious DLC, like actual DLC, not just like, oh, here's an arena. You know, I those are fine, but I want actual DLC.
Well, they did say that they were going to do something free first, and that was the arena update. So
yeah,
I am very hopeful. After going into the rabbit hole, because my god, Elden Ring is a gigantic gaping chasm of how deep in the lore do you want to go, and my god, do you have a ladder to get back up?
Yeah, it's insane.
But Fair Missoula, we might be going to an actual, like, Fair Missoula that existed on the continent before it was ripped out of the center of the lands between.
Ooh, that could be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think the arena thing, I think they pushed it out early for the Game Awards.
Mm-hmm.
I think they did because it felt unfinished. It felt like there was a lot of stuff missing, and it still feels that way. I'm hoping they'll update it. But...
There's a lot of back-end stuff. I highly recommend checking out a channel named Amir, A-M-I-R, and going into his Elden Ring videos. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff they did, like changing data values and how certain hitboxes work and different things. Like, they finally fixed the fucking poke attacks.
Yeah.
Ridiculously cancerous poke attacks. Like,
well,
my God.
They actually buffed it, because before they nerfed it when in the patch where, you know, like they basically made all of the spells way better and everything. And they gave all the other weapons like hitboxes on their initial attack, where if you do an Ash of War and the weapon actually hits them, it does more damage now. They nerfed it so badly that poke attacks were completely worthless. You couldn't even use them anymore. So they rebuffed them with the arena patch. So now they're not as bad as they once were, but they're not as good as they once were.
But they changed how they work in the game system as well. Because again, what Amir does is he's not just doing what they say and doing all the stuff like that. He's actually going through all the lines of code and showcasing what's changed, how the hitbox works, and everything.
Yeah, they made them better. They're usable without being cancer.
Yeah.
So, we ready to do this video?
Yep.
Hello friends, in this video I'll tell you about 5 reasons to play Fallout 4 in 2022. Reason number 1, you can do whatever the hell you wanna do in Fallout 4. The freedom in this...
No? What?
No.
What are you talking?
You're pretty limited in what you can do. Hell, it took them forever just to come up with a faction where you are actually allowed to be a bad guy. Because you were not allowed to be a bad guy in this game for the longest time. Until Nuka World came out. And even then, it's only in Nuka World, nowhere else.
That's the insane thing about Fallout 4 is you join the bad guy faction and suddenly they're not the bad guys anymore.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's really bad.
This game is addictive. I mean, even if you've played it for 500 hours and explored every inch of the map, creating a new character, adjusting the special parameters, leaving the vault and seeing the whole world spread out before you is just as exciting. You can...
I mean, that's a very subjective thing. Maybe you can play the same game, very limited game, over and over and over again and still be excited every time, but for me, I can't help but just see all the garbage I have to deal with again that I dealt with already before. Oh, we have to rescue Preston's crew. We have to deal with Mama Murphy's bullshit. We have to find Kellogg and kill him. And
we have to recapture the fort for the Minutemen.
Yeah.
All I see when I think of this game is like wasted potential.
Yes.
Anytime I try and play it, all I see is like, man, this could have been a good game, but they just really didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I have said before that the thing I find most annoying about this game is the wasted potential, because there genuinely is a lot of good ideas put into Fallout 4, but the problem is those are like hints of good ideas, or the barest form of those good ideas. There's no depth to it.
Yeah. There's things about it where it's like, man, if this was literally just any other Fallout game with all these new added features, it would have been great. But they decided to put all these good added features onto a completely bastardized version of Fallout.
Yeah.
Like Fallout New Vegas with some of these features would have been fucking perfect. But no, we did not get that. We barely even got a Fallout game.
I never get these why you should play X in 20XX unless it's because of a mod. If the game is good, you kinda should, or rather could, play at any time. I'd say that kind of format of video title is best for much older games, like why you should play Legend of Dragoon in 2022, where you're talking about this really old JRPG from the PlayStation 1 with a really good fucking story and good characters, and it's got this cult following, and it's kind of a forgotten gem. It's like, yeah, that's the kind of game you could do a video like this on. But if it's just like, hey, you know why you should play a game that was released 3 years ago in 20XX? It's like, but this is a recent game. Like, I know this is 2015, so it's like 7 years ago, but I mean,
my thing isn't even so much that it's recent. It's literally a massive AAA game that had a ton of hype behind it. It's like,
yeah.
who the fuck are you trying to convince at this point? Like, if it was an obscure game that barely got any attention, I could totally understand making a video of like why you should play this game in 2022. You've probably never even heard of this game. Meanwhile, it's literally why you should play Skyrim, why you should play Fallout 4. Oh, you mean these giant, massive titles that the entire world fucking heard about and made like massive sales that everyone fucking bought?
Speaking of Skyrim, playing a game in 20XX, how long do you think it will be? How long do you think it will take for Acerthorn to update his video title to 2023?
I forgot he was doing that.
He does it every single fucking year.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Oh my god, if he does it again, I'm gonna fucking laugh my ass off. We need to pay attention to that when January rolls around.
You know he's gonna do it.
I'm sure he will, but I'm genuinely curious, though. I still want to see.
I think he's doing it now out of, like, he thinks he's riding some 15 minutes of fame train, because Patrician even called him out on that shit.
Well, no, because he was doing it before that.
Yeah, but I mean, Patrician called him out now, and now it's gotten that video even more attention.
Yeah, true. He'll probably do it just because he's been called out on it, and he knows it'll get him views.
Will it? Well,
I mean,
really?
Some of us are gonna go look. I mean, you know, there's gonna be people who type it in
Have
just
to be like,
see.
all right, did he do it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Creetosis, I left kind of a long comment on your Fallout 4 isn't better than you think video, with some points I think you guys would agree with. Would you read it if I say you're not a furry? Lol. Well, I'm not a furry, so it's not really the kind of thing you can bribe me with. But we don't really just kind of we don't really do that, I guess, to read I guess comments that are agreeing with us on stream. Like, sometimes someone will make some really dumb comments and we'll read those out to kind of roast the person who does those, but if I were to take comments that are talking positively about me and my videos, or agreeing with me, I feel like that would kind of be, I don't know what's the word for it, but like, when you're just showing off that people are agreeing with you, I don't really do that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That feels kind of Plus, it's also just kind of picking out somebody and being like, I'll read your comments.
Yeah.
Like, chat's left probably a million other comments on that video, but I'll read yours. You know, it's nah. Well, I mean, you know, he can always read it, you know, later and respond to it in the comments, but I don't think we should do it on stream.
Masturbatory, pretentious? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, that kind of thing could encourage people to make other comments just to get it read out on stream. I don't want to do that either. So. But thank you, though. I do appreciate the comments.
Go do anything you want, become anyone, and this is an exciting opportunity. And I think this is the secret of the incredible replayability of this game. That's why players still play another game of Bethesda, Skyrim, because freedom of choice is one of the most important human desires, and only
I feel like English is this guy's second language, maybe.
Yeah, it might be, yeah.
Obviously not meant to be insulting, but there's a certain vibe I get from this where he maybe doesn't know.
I'm curious, why not release it in your native language, right? Do you need the American market? Can you not be successful in the market, whatever your language is? Like, Sad Panda was a guy from... that guy with the glasses. That guy with the glasses was a terrible disaster thing, but we won't even talk about that with whole Channel Awesome and everything. But he comes from that area, and he eventually just stopped doing English altogether, and he just does French stuff now, and he's far more successful than he ever was doing the English stuff.
Oh.
So it's one of those, like, do you really need to do it in English? If you need to, if you absolutely do need to, then, work on your pronunciation, work on your timings, everything like that. You don't need to lose the accent, because a lot of people do find the accent intriguing, but you need to have it to where there's a clarity in what you say. The way you convey your ideas, it just sounds better when it seems more natural and it doesn't seem like you're kind of stumbling over everything.
Yeah. I think he speaks English well enough that I don't think he's gonna fuck up any of his points or anything.
Oh yeah, he's not going to be a Vincent Martin, but what I'm getting at is, it sounds like some of the breaks he gives his sentences or doesn't give them are in weird spots, and I was just trying to comprehend what he was saying there. I'll rewind it a bit. So.
Get off.
Joe, I'm well aware. It's because English is the international trade language. Because the United States is the strongest economy. I think, well, I should say was before.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know about that anymore. But
yeah. It's because America was the strongest economy, so English became the universal language of trade. But yeah, but what I'm getting at is, like, do you really need to? If you're more comfortable in whatever your native language is, why not just do that and do it to your fellow native speakers? Like I said, Sad Panda, he was French, but he would often do his videos in English because he thought it was a bigger audience. But he actually got more and more popular in France, and so he stopped doing the English content altogether and just did French, and he's way more successful now. He doesn't do any English content whatsoever anymore.
$5 from Jalen Brunson, thank you. Hey, I sent a super chat earlier. I didn't know if you guys didn't see it. I asked, can you guys read my comment? YouTube is being I assume he means bitch, because,
That's YouTube for you.
$2 from Jalen Brunson, thank you. Hey, can you guys read my comment? YouTube is being a B, I assume that ends in itch. And the comment is, oh my god, I forgot to mention, if anybody going to play Skyrim, you have to download the mod Inigo? This is one of the most popular mod to download in Skyrim. Even Todd Howard got jealous over this mod.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty funny. Yeah, Inigo is a Khajiit. He's a companion, and he has like a full-blown quest and everything where he basically becomes the actual main character of the story and not you.
Oh.
And it's not finished. Unfortunately, the quest never got finished. It kind of ends at the reveal that he's basically the main character, but it's really well done. He's a great character. It's hilarious. And yeah, Todd Howard got really jealous about it.
Really?
Yeah, it was funny.
and this is an exciting opportunity. And I think this is the secret of the incredible replayability of this game. That's why players still play another game of Bethesda, Skyrim, because freedom of choice is one of the most important human desires, and only few.
But you don't have freedom of choice.
Yeah, no, you do not have the freedom of choice in this game. It is, you
Especially-
have the illusion, and it's barely even an illusion of choice.
Especially in Skyrim. Heading off to
Yeah.
work. Hopefully you guys are still live in 2 hours. Probably not. This is a short video we're covering.
I don't know, man. This is a pretty rough video. We might be here for over an hour.
Well, I guess we'll find.
Yeah. I assume by choice he just means, like, it's an open world so you could go anywhere, so that means that's choice, which a lot of people confuse for actual choice. Choosing what weapon to use or where to walk in an open world isn't the kind of choice people mean, typically.
Yeah. I hope that's not what he means, but it probably is.
Few games can give you that. While most RPGs are basically one kind of a game, Fallout 4 is a lot of games. You can play and have fun without completing quests, without following the story, and without even killing anyone. If you just want to relax, eat noodles, sit in your favorite chair, or take a walk in the wasteland, you can do it. This game can.
Okay.
This is a bizarre video.
It is very strange.
I mean, I guess you could build up your settlement and decorate it the way you want and chill. But
Yeah.
that's...
Pretty
if you want
boring.
to do that kind of thing, though, there's just so many other games you could do it better in, you know?
Yeah, this is not what Fallout is supposed to be. It's like,
Dude,
when that's your
do
main
any of the
takeaway.
survival games.
Yeah,
do,
when
do
that's
7 Days to Die. Do Minecraft. What the?
Even if you
Yeah.
do 7 Days to Die with, like, God mode on and you can lower zombie spawn rates and stuff or make zombies weaker or whatever else, and you just want to build, like, I still think you're better off doing that than just doing the
Yeah.
settlements in Skyrim.
Because you can get stupidly intricate in 7 Days to Die. Most people just think about the normal block thing, but every single one of those normal blocks, you can actually change them into ludicrous number of really specific custom blocks.
Yeah.
Like, it is insane the amount of customization that they have for building in 7 Days to Die.
Yeah.
And the paintbrush. Oh my god, the textures you could put on things, like, it doesn't matter what material you make something out of. You can make it look like anything.
Yep.
I do wish there were more options on the paintbrush.
Yeah, there's quite a lot. I hope they'll add more, but yeah, they could use with an expanded repertoire.
There's like
What's
2 or 3
crazy-
pages, and they're not huge pages.
No, but there is still a lot.
What's crazy with 7 Days to Die, though, is that to realize that every single building that they put in the game, even as they get better and better using it, is using that exact same tool set that you get as a player.
Yeah.
That's what gets crazy when you see some of these really, like, newer, really intricate builds. It's like, oh my god.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. It's so good. But yeah, when this is your main takeaway from a Fallout game, you know something's wrong. Like, this should not be your main focus for a Fallout game, is fucking build settlements and relax.
Can be a or even The Sims. You can spend your time building and decorating settlements, start a romance, create an army of robots that will fight for you.
You can spend your time decorating. It's like The Sims. You can even start a romance, build an army of robots. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is not good. I mean, you can make an army of robots and have relationships, but they're so nothing.
Vincent Marxism points it out in chat. It's something I was going to point out as well. I know it's an accent thing, but I love the fact they said robots.
Yeah.
The boss endless.
They aren't endless.
They are not
definitely
endless.
Not endless.
Oh, okay,
no.
that is a PR phrase that just really, really needs to fucking die.
Yeah,
There's
it does.
always a limitation in everything. There is a limit in Minecraft. It's not actually infinite generation, okay? there are hard limits in Minecraft where the game world literally just gives the fuck up. In fact, there's an entire like mystique to getting to those realms. It's some z-axis or sorry, y-axis or whatever.
I know what you're referring to.
Realms.
The endlands, those aren't actually in the game anymore. They fixed that.
They fixed it finally?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just a glowing wall that prevents you from going any further out.
Are you sure they fixed it? Oh
yes.
Wait, maybe 2B2T might still be old Minecraft.
2B2T is old.
Yeah. But they did the Nether rework and everything. It's called the Far Lands. Okay. Well,
the Far Lands, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are gone.
I love those. Oh. Okay. Well, even still, those are gone. Now there's a wall there that stops you from even going that far. There you go.
Yeah, glowy magic wall.
Yeah, so there you go. Your options aren't limitless anyways. It stops you.
I like how he basically named off everything you can do in this game and then said, it's endless. The options are endless as long as it's any of those things I just mentioned.
Yeah. Within this small, really shallow sandbox.
Yeah. Rex, the far right?
2B2T, sorry, yeah. 2T2B has a barrier at 1 million, 1 million. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, because I knew that they did the Nether update, which also got rid of a lot of the illegal Nether water farms. So that's the funniest part about that server. It's such an anarchy server that the Nether's not supposed to have water in it, but there are all kinds of really clever and weird tricks you can do to try to get water in it. But then other people started making anti-water guilds to go in and destroy all the water sources in the Nether. So they actually had to hide water sources in the Nether because it's an anarchy server. People are using hacks and wall hacks and everything like that to see through the walls to find these things. I love the fact that the server actually had a dedicated anti-water guild. It's great. Genuinely, that server would be a nightmare to play on. I would never want to go there, but that server genuinely amuses me for its existence. The Water War. Of course, somebody finally found the last water source in all of the Nether. They found it, and they built a shrine around it, and then there were the keepers of the last water, or whatever was their guild name. And they made sure that like they would have to log on secret characters and stuff like that and not know where to go to and everything like that. Oh, dude. And then one of them accidentally slipped for a second and showcased where it was just for a second, and it got griefed and taken away. Oh.
Oof.
There's more of a water war.
Amazing server.
There's more of a water war going on in 2B2T than there is in Fallout 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what's so amazing about it. There are these like grief wars where they try to one up each other so much. It is insane. There's a guy who built what was known as the World Farm, where it would take him like a week or something to replant all of his crop. That's how many slots, like a real world week to replant everything. That's how big this farm was, and it got lava casted. They obsidian lava casted the whole thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you know that Bethesda got pissed when people found the dev room in Fallout 76? Because they were getting super powerful items from it, yeah.
Yep, and skipping all of the grind and everything. Seriously, I highly recommend. There are channels on YouTube that are entirely dedicated to the lore of that server alone. It is fascinating.
Yeah, I've watched a bunch of videos about that server. Not a whole, like, not a ton of them, but like a year or two ago, I saw several videos from this one guy.
Yeah. It is. It's the servers like, wow. It's the same thing with like EVE Online. I love that it exists. I love hearing about it, but my god, I cannot play it.
Yeah. I've noticed
I cannot.
I've noticed a lot of Bethesda's fanboys have pivoted to using the term moddable to defend Bethesda's games. Has this clown tried that excuse yet? Not yet.
Not yet, but I have a feeling this is where we're going.
Oh man, I'm just waiting for him to say the line. Wait till you fucking hear it. You're
How
not
close
gonna
are we?
believe it. We are about either a minute or two away.
Nice.
All right.
If you sit in Fallout 4 as I am, then share in the comments the most unusual story that happened to you in this game.
I just want to point out quickly, too, just so everyone in chat knows, I think most of you know, when YouTubers say, put your ideas in chat, tell me what you think in the comments, blah, 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 that's algorithm farming.
Yeah.
That's 100% algorithm farming. Most people aren't going to give a shit what you think. I shouldn't say most, but there's a lot of people who genuinely don't give a shit what you think. They just want that sweet, sweet engagement, so their videos will do better.
Yeah. I don't begrudge people doing it, but man, there's when it's this blatantly like, tell us what's the weirdest story that happened to you. I mean, it's very limited in Fallout 4. There's not really that much crazy wild stuff that could happen that nobody else would have had. It's like when Angry Joe got super excited because, oh my god, here's this radiant quest that came out of nowhere. This talking dog talked to me in Skyrim. It's like, Joe? That's not special. That's heavily scripted. That's not unscripted. What the okay.
The second reason why Fallout is good is that it's a true RPG. Let me explain.
There it is.
A true RPG?
Oh, and he
What?
goes into it a bit and just outright fucking lies about this game. Dude, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad.
Here's another reason why I really, really hate Fallout 3, 4, and Skyrim. Is because for a lot of people, it's bastardized what the term RPG means.
Yeah, it has.
This is why you need to be consistent with what things you call what. Like, if I call Morrowind an FPS, then I call Skyrim an FPS, then I call Oblivion an FPS, then I call Skyrim an FPS. And if a lot of people start saying, well, yeah, it's an FPS, what are you talking about? Of course it's an FPS. Then that fucks over what the definition of FPS is supposed to mean. The same thing is happening with RPG, with games like Skyrim and Fallout 4. These games aren't RPGs, they're action-adventure games, and sure, Fallout 4 is more of an largely FPS, but it's still more of an adventure game. It's not an RPG. Fucking Call of Duty has an experience system and perk system, I'm pretty sure, and that's not an RPG.
Yeah.
Explain this. For example, is an RPG in fact, but in terms of the playthrough variability, it doesn't stand against Fallout 4. But not.
Oh.
So I haven't played Witcher
God.
3. Is it more of an RPG than Fallout 4?
By
Yes.
a landslide.
Yes, by a massive fucking landslide. There isn't even a comparison.
What the fuck? Yeah.
So what kind of player choice is there in Witcher 3?
Oh my god. Oh.
Lots.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start, to be honest.
Like, just the fact that of these characters, none of them have to actually be here and alive. Like, holy shit.
And these are all very big plot relevant characters, right?
If you, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, how? Oh god, without spoiling things super heavily. Yes, I'll just leave it at yes, like Pagan said.
All right, and all of them can die or not be in this room. Like at the time this quest is taking place. Or this moment in the story.
God, I have not played a whole lot of Witcher 3. I just know the stuff I do know, it's like there's no comparison. I can't tell you exactly the specifics because I myself have not played the whole game.
All right. I do need to play this game at some point, so I have a better point of reference for this kind of thing.
Yeah, we need to start playing more games.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not even a comparison. It's kind of ridiculous that he's even trying to compare the two.
Uninterrupted story, of course, namely in the gameplay moment. After all, no matter what set of the Witcher skill you collect, the Witcher will remain a Witcher. He's still doomed.
Yeah, this is getting really stupid because he's going to try and argue that your character is not a set character.
Can I hear that again, real quick? Hold on.
Namely, in the gameplay moment. After all, no matter what set of the Witcher skill you collect, the Witcher will remain a Witcher.
So I'm gonna spoil this for you. No matter what set of armor or what settlement you build, you're still Nader Nora, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, you're still looking for your kid. You're still looking for your kid. That doesn't go away. You have to do it. If you want to complete the main storyline, you have to find your son. Nothing changes. You are the same character all throughout the game. It does not matter if you use a rocket launcher or a pistol or wear power armor or wear leather armor. You're still the same fucking character.
Fucking whiskey echo whiskey. Oh my god, woo lad.
Witcher 3 has like 5 endings as compared to Fallout 4's 1 fucking ending.
Yeah. Not to mention that, but the amount of people that may not be there at the end. Whoa.
Is it something of a New Vegas situation where for the final battle you could have the Khans or the Boomers or the Enclave Remnants on your side or other groups, but depending on what you do, they could not be there?
No. It's more because of circumstances that happen at not even the final battle, you may lose dozens of characters that are gone forever for the rest of the game.
So it's more in-depth than New Vegas.
Yes.
In the sense of who could or couldn't be there.
Like, if... Super hypothetical, because I don't want to get any spoilers. If you don't recruit a certain person, they may not be there at the siege to protect another person during the fighting. And therefore, because that person wasn't there, well, that person didn't have somebody watching their back, they get taken out, and now the situation gets harder, and because they got taken out, it might domino into another person dying as well. So, like, yeah.
So kind of like Mass Effect.
Kind of.
Yeah.
And that isn't like the end of the game or anything. That's just a big fucking battle that happens near the end, mind you, but it's not the end of the game.
Yeah, that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah. So imagine if we use Fallout 4 as an example, and if it did something like The Witcher. Say, like, because you didn't get the Minutemen on your side, maybe Preston doesn't come with you, and because Preston's not there, he doesn't notice an Institute sniper that's going to take out maybe Elder Maxon or whatever, and so Elder Maxon gets shot and killed, and now the Brotherhood are upset, and they start going on a righteous crusade of vengeance, and this causes more damage, so these other settlements get bombed, because they might be sympathizers with the with the Institute, stuff like that. Let's say it's like a domino effect like that, right? Oh yeah, The Witcher has some really super dark ending stuff too. Again, The Witcher 3, I am up and down on if I think it's a really great game or not. I cannot decide if I think Witcher 3 is a really great game or if I just think it's okay. I cannot decide. But it has some of the most amazing side quests I have ever experienced in a game. The Bloody Barons. Okay, I'm not going to go into any other detail. The Bloody Baron side quest. I'm just going to leave it at that, and everybody who knows that side quest knows the fuck I'm talking about, and how that has, like, what is it? It has 5 different endings just for that side quest alone?
Yeah, it's a really good one, too. Yeah, the vampire one's pretty good, too. Oh. Alright, let's continue.
Yep.
He's still swing a sword and use the 5 Witcher signs, and it would probably be strange to see a blacksmith Witcher or something else. Fallout 4.
I like how he says a blacksmith Witcher and then just shows a guy taking apart a PC, as if that's the same thing.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm pretty sure that was Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is also obsessed with Warhammer 40k, by the way.
Yeah,
well, he likes a lot of. He's apparently a giant nerd. He loves The Witcher. That's why he was on this show. And apparently, the reason he left was because the show was so shit to the series.
Yep, yeah. Because the showrunners said they didn't like the Witcher books and they wanted to change it to fit their own personal modern narrative. Yeah. And he told them to go fuck themselves.
That's Henry Cavill building his PC. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like that one interview. I don't remember exactly what the interview is. I just know he... Oh, man, I don't even remember the movie. He points out something in the film, and he says it looks like a... what's it called? Oh, fuck. It's the giant weapon in Warhammer 40k. What
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
I know. God, why can't I remember it? Fuck. It's basically a giant super weapon, and nobody knew what the fuck he was talking about because he just says the name of it, and nobody knew what he was talking about on the panel. And it was like literally only the fans who knew like what Warhammer 40k what even is that knew what he was talking about, and no one else knew. It was fucking great. I fucking love that interview. It was so funny.
He almost missed the call to be Superman because he was playing a WoW.
Nice. Dude, see, there are some people who I would legitimately be like, dude, you would be somebody that'd be amazing to hang out with. Johnny Depp and Henry Cavill are 2 of them I would be like, you know what? Even if you weren't famous, I think you would just be fucking kick-ass to hang around. I really do.
Yeah. Isn't
he's just like me, for real, for real.
No, definitely not. If I looked like Henry Cavill, you think I'd be here right now?
Yes.
Yeah, Blackstone Fortress, that's what it is. Yeah, he said it looks like a Blackstone Fortress, and nobody knew what he was talking about except for the Warhammer 40k fans.
Remember, the planet broke before the guard did. Cadia stands, bitches. My favorite part in Darktide is the fact that another guardsman, if you play veteran sharpshooter, you're both veterans from the Imperial Guard. So if you have 2 of them in a mission, they can banter back and forth, and sometimes they will fight each other, like verbally, and it is hilarious. Because one of them will be like, I'm surrounded by such weakness. And he goes, oh, you're one to talk, aren't you? You wouldn't have lasted a day on Cadia. Oh, yeah? How well's Cadia doing today? It's like, damn!
Wow. I can't remember what the movie they were talking about was, but he points at something and says it looks like the Blackstone Fortress, and everyone in the fucking room is just like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's so funny. He's such a nerd. I love it. The way he just points it out. He's like, right there, that thing. That looks like a Blackstone Fortress. And everyone is just like, what the fuck is that?
So listen, okay. Daniel K says, ha ha, hee hee. I'm going to say one thing. Does foreshortened lifespans tell you anything? Yes. That is my favorite line in the entire game. Hands down. So, Psychers, okay, this is very brief. Psychers are characters who can tap into hell, who can tap into the immaterium, the warp, to cast spells. One of the Psychers actually has a thing where he'll constantly break the fourth wall because he realizes like things aren't right. He gets into an argument mid-mission while he's trying to stay alive and not get eaten and killed or sliced apart or shot. Mid-mission, he will get into an argument with the subtitles. It is fucking great. And foreshortened lifespans. No, not foreshortened lifespans. I said foreshortened lifespans. Why aren't you paying attention? Look at me, not them.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
It's so
that was
good.
in that video we watched.
Yes, it's so fucking good. Oh, I love the fact he gets in a fucking yelling match with the subtitles. It's so good. And the subtitles actually refuse to say what he's saying. It's great.
Oh, was it the chandelier on the Witcher show? Okay. I didn't even know what show it was. I wasn't sure if it was like some Marvel thing or what. Okay, so yeah, but that does make sense. Yeah, the Witcher show would make sense.
Anyways.
Yeah, okay, let's get back to it.
Or in terms of replayability, is way ahead of The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. Let's take melee combat as an example.
No, it is not way ahead.
In terms of replayability?
Such.
No.
I'm pretty sure you're the only one here who has played Cyberpunk, right, Such?
Yeah, I will fully say I have not beaten Cyberpunk.
Is it more replayable than Fallout 4?
I would say yeah, honestly, because there's just so much more you can do. There's a lot of stuff that's fucked though. Like Cyberpunk is super, super fucked.
There's at least more choices in which way you can do things in that game, right?
Kind of. It's not great. Let's just put it that way. It's
I'm not
like
saying. Look,
it's not like a miles ahead sort of deal.
Setch, the bar is not high. I'm just asking.
I know, and I'm genuinely trying to think of like, yeah, kinda. That's what I mean. It's like it's that close, honestly. It's not great.
Yeah, keep in mind it is not an RPG, so yeah, he's doing the thing here where he's lumping games together because he thinks they're RPGs when they're not RPGs.
Yeah, Cyberpunk
The
is
Witcher,
not an RPG. Even by the admission of the developers now, Cyberpunk is not an RPG.
Yeah, they've admitted it's not. The Witcher kind of is an RPG, but you do still play as like you are a set character. You can't change the fact that you're Geralt. But even then, you still have more choice in that game than you do in Fallout 4.
Yeah, but you're playing the role of Geralt. It's still a role-playing game, but you're defining your starting character is Geralt of Rivia.
Yeah.
But my God, the things you do from there. I actually liked the werewolf quest. That little side quest. I actually thought that was fascinating.
Yeah.
It seems so clear-cut at first, but then if you dig even a little bit deeper, you just keep scratching away at the surface, you realize how mad fucked that whole situation is. And I'm gonna tell you right now, what I did is, I'm like, you loved him so much, well, here you go, he's a werewolf right now, why don't you still love him? Uh-oh. Trust me, she fucking deserves it.
Yeah.
She
I know what quest you're talking about.
absolutely deserves it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I didn't know what to do though when he asked me though afterwards to kill him afterwards. I was like, I mean, you found your wife's murderer by proxy. Do you really want to die now? I mean, you're actually not that bad of a werewolf. You're pretty well in tune with your mental faculties. Do I have to euthanize you? Really? You really want me to? Uh-oh. Well, I'm going Canada on your ass. Okay.
It's like, no, I get to have a giant man puppy follow me around. Come on. You don't want to die. Come on. Join me. Come on.
See,
Come on.
you said man puppy, and it just reminds me of that fucking video we watched the other day.
Oh, yeah, that. Jesus.
What was that channel called again?
The fucking Life of Luxury.
Yeah, what an amazing channel.
Yeah, what an amazingly shit channel.
Have you explained to Setch what they are?
No.
Nope.
Okay,
He has
so
no clue what we're talking about.
you know how there's a lot of like paranormal investigation stuff on YouTube and on TV where it's like a group of guys go into a place, it's like, oh, there's a ghost here, I saw something on the camera, oh my god, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but it's the shittiest acting and the shittiest makeup, and it is funny as fuck.
Yeah. Imagine a show like The Ghost Hunters, but instead of looking for ghosts, they just respond to random people's complaints about their family. And when they go to investigate them, their family always has some weird fucked up mutation thing going on with them, or it's a stalker in their house and they don't know.
Yeah.
And
so, like,
it is the shittiest fucking thing you've ever
we watched
seen.
2 of them, and they were funny as fuck. The first one was this lady's dog ran away, and it came back, and it's been acting weird. It gets aggressive if the lights are turned on. It just looks really fucking weird. And these guys are all like, oh man, that dog is so weird. This is so weird. I don't know what's going on. And then they put cameras in the house to watch it at night. And, you know, she's sleeping on this, in this house that is suspiciously unfurnished. And, the dog goes into her room and starts watching her. Then it just stands up on 2 legs. And the guys rush in and the dog flees and they find parts of the dog costume out back.
Yeah, and keep in mind, when they're watching it on the camera, when it like crawls out from behind the dresser it was hiding behind and comes into full view,
it just looks like a shitty puppet.
It is clearly just a guy in a fucking costume. Like, it's literally like, it's not even like a big fur costume. It's literally like a dude in a gimp suit with a dog mask on. Like, it's obviously not a dog, but they just act like, dude, what's wrong with that dog? What's wrong with it? It's like, it's clearly a person.
Oh yeah, and some of the descriptions as well, like the girl's like, yeah, his bones are sticking out of his skin. I don't think that's normal.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she doesn't even say I don't think it's normal. She literally is just like, well, when he walks around, he makes weird cracking noises, and his bones are sticking out of his skin. And she just stops, and it's like, oh, and I made the joke of like, oh, like most normal dogs, yeah.
And the other one we watched was this girl's. We only watched a few seconds, like a few clips of it, rather than the full thing. This girl's father was like 9 feet tall with absurdly long limbs and was very thin. It was just like, it's obviously supposed to be some type of cryptid thing, right? And
Yeah.
it's hiding in the closet while she's sleeping. It opens it up, and one of these long arms reaches out and pulls her into the closet. It just looks so shit.
It looks so funny.
But it's
just
so
like reaches
funny.
out like, like reaches out with his 2 arms, just all the way, grabs her fucking feet and just drags her into the fucking closet in like one motion. It looks so funny. Oh, it fucking kills me every time. Yeah, their videos are fucking hilarious. They're awful. Like, it's to the point that they basically parody it, where they don't do it anymore, but in the older episodes, one of the character always wears sunglasses no matter what. Like, even at night and indoors, he's always wearing the sunglasses. And it got so absurd to the point that whenever they would go to sleep and the cameras are supposed to record while they're sleeping and stuff, he sleeps with his sunglasses on. He never takes them off. Yeah, it's like that goofy, and it's like, what the, but it's also played completely straight. Like, it's not meant to be taken like as a joke. It's supposed to be. In fact, in the earlier days, they actually tried to pass these videos off as like true. I was like, oh, this actually happened. They stopped doing that eventually, but back in the early days of it, they actually tried to pass it off as like, this actually happened. There was actually a stalker in her house and stuff. And it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it was funny.
Oh my god, it was so funny.
All right, let us continue our through
No.
our reasons of Fallout 4. We're almost done because we're almost halfway, and this video is short.
Ah.
In Fallout, it would seem you walk around in power armor and hit everyone on the head with a super sledge. But here, everything depends on your imagination. Yes, you can
What?
Everything depends on your imagination.
Hold on.
Yeah, I have to
Hold
imagine a far better game.
Yeah, hold on. When we play this again, we have to play it all the way through because you need to hear how fucked this gets. You have to hear how fucked this gets.
Going back a bit. All right, a bit more. Here we go.
Combat as an example. In Fallout 4, it would seem you walk around in power armor and hit everyone on the head with a super sledge. But here, everything depends on your imagination. Yes, you can exterminate enemies in power armor like a space marine, and on the other hand, you can stealthily kill everyone from a great distance with a knife like a true assassin. Or if you want, you can collect legendary loot to increase the movement speed and run with the speed of light and instantly kill enemies. And this is not all the options while playing through melee weapons, but the
You can kill them with a knife from a mile away. Like
yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, that's what I was gonna point out. It makes no sense. The fact that he's like, oh yeah, you could be like a true assassin and stealthily kill people with a knife from a mile away.
My favorite melee weapons are the ones that are ranged.
Yeah, it was so fucked.
There's a great channel. Oh my god, what's his fucking name at the moment? I need his name like right now. There's a great channel who does those. I think his channel is Hoot. One second. Yeah, his channel's named Hoot. He does these kind of jokes, but like serious. We have to watch some of Hoot's videos. We have to after this stream is over. They're super short. I think his longest video is like 2 minutes. But he does all kinds of super short ones. Like one that I personally find funny is, how about you stack armor? So he takes those STACC plates and he puts them in his plate carrier, and then he puts another one in his plate carrier, and then another one, and he says, now this might be illegal, but I'm just gonna put, and he puts another one up there, and as the guys are coming to kill him, they're like looking at him like, all right, we're about to move in. And he's like, all right, now this might be cheating. And you see him pull a stack plate that's 10 times his size, and he starts squeezing it into the plate carrier. it goes to the guys in the helicopter looking at him, like, hey, why don't you surrender? He says, hey, why don't you come down here and make me surrender? He says, I'm right fucking here. It's like, all right, kill him. So they shoot an RPG at him, and there's smoke everywhere. And then it goes back to him, and he's literally like T-posing at them with the RPG sticking out of the plate carrier, not detonated. And it starts playing Dark Souls boss music. They're like, oh fuck it, get out of here. And they try to fly away in the helicopter. He grabs it and throws the RPG at the helicopter and blows it up.
What the fuck? Yeah, we gotta watch that.
His videos are so good. They're so well animated too.
I like how chat is just saying, go ahead, I'll let you finish.
The reason I brought that up is he has one about throwing knives in video games. So, good thing I have these throwing knives. It's an instant kill for some reason, no matter where you hit them. And he hits him in like the knee, and he falls over and dies. Then it says, throwing knives in real life. And he's like, I have this throwing knife. And his buddy's like, why don't we just use our silenced guns? Take him out. No. I've seen this. I know this works. And he throws it into the guy's chest. The guy goes, oh, fuck! Oh! Ah, someone threw a knife at me! Motherfucker! Ah, sound the alarm! And he's like, why didn't that work? He's like, what do you mean, why didn't that work?
But yeah, I like how chat is just like spamming fucking ballistic knife, though, as if you could shoot a ballistic knife from further than like 10 feet away, and as if they exist in this fucking game.
Yeah, the Spetsnaz had a ballistic knife. But it's like, guys, it's if you're within 10 feet of the person, okay?
Yeah.
You're not. You are not gonna do that from that far away.
Anyways, let's try to get this video over and done with, because I've got a bit of a headache, and
Yeah.
I just kind of want to get to the end of this so I can work on stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
The game machine guns, missile launchers, flamethrowers, and unique partners. I'm trying to say that the reason why Fallout 4 will be played endlessly until the Fallout 5 release is precisely in its replay value and possibilities. This
Replay value.
He's actually making the argument, though. You have a lot of replayability because there's a lot of choice, because you could use a board with a nail, or you could use a crowbar, or you can use a knife.
Yeah, that's not choice. Yeah. You
One,
can choose not to kill those guys or not. That's deep moral choices. A fuck off of them.
Yeah, so for one, that's not actual choice. That's not the kind of choice people care about. And two, you don't need to replay the game to do any of that stuff, because there is no cap on your fucking leveling up. You can level up forever until you get all of your perks. So you could be literally everything. You can swap out all of your weapons and abilities and shit whenever the fuck you want.
Not just that, but if you're doing a melee build, then that opens up all melee weapons to you, so you can just use... Like, you could use all melee weapons regardless. But if you specifically build towards melee, then that affects all melee.
Yeah.
The fuck is this argument?
It's so shit, because this game is literally the fucking game where it's like, oh yeah, you want to be a melee character? Okay, well just keep playing the game long enough, and you can also be a heavy gunner, a sniper, like basically anything. Like if you could think of it, you could be it in this game all at once. So it's like, what do you mean replayability? Especially when you're talking about just this and nothing else. Not the story, not the dialogue, not the endings, nothing like that. No, just the weapons and the armor.
Oh, God.
This, I believe, is the key reason for the incredibly long life of this game. The next reason to play Fallout 4 in 2022 is because it's a powerful story generator. When you play Fallout 4, you never know what's gonna happen.
You never know what's gonna happen. No.
What?
This isn't Space Station 13 or Dwarf Fortress. Fuck off. Speaking of, Dwarf Fortress released, the Steam version released not long ago. Highly recommend picking it up.
I was just about to say, speaking of, I plan on picking up Dwarf Fortress on Steam when I get paid.
Yes, do it. It's a lot more new user friendly for sure. It's fucking with my brain, because I know like the key binding stuff like that, and I'm looking in different menus where stuff used to be, but it's way more user friendly now. Highly recommend picking it up, and it looks fantastic. Holy shit!
I love that fucking Steam page where somebody asks, like, are people really just buying this game on Steam after all this time? So, just so they can pay money for having it for so long for free. And it's just like multiple pages of people saying yes.
No, the correct answer is, why is everybody buying Fallout 4 in 2022? It's for the Ada porn mods.
What?
It's the robot waifu.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I did not know there was porn mods for it.
Of course there are. Oh my
robot
god.
Of course, I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be surprised, but my god, why?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Ada?
Ada is the blue...
Assaultron.
Yeah, the blue Assaultron from the what's that DLC called? The robot DLC. I can't remember what it's called.
I don't know if I can remember.
Automatron?
Yeah, Automatron, whatever.
Huge tatas. Yeah, Legionary Hunter.
God, I'm just imagining that weird pyro. You know what I'm talking about? The hyper pyro mods that TF2, the fucking...
Yes, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, Pyrocynical had it and shit, got caught with it.
Yep.
That's what I'm thinking of. Is it anything like that?
Basically, yeah.
Oh god! No! That's so much worse!
Huge tracts of land. Huge.
Oh!
Why did they give the robot boobs?
Because that's what the Assaultron is designed anyways. It kind of has a bust on it.
Yeah, it does.
So they just accented it.
Yeah, they literally just turned it into a sex bot. It's like the advanced version of Fisto.
Yes. Okay. Let's continue.
Yes, let's continue. Let's move away from this topic.
Peaceful walk can suddenly turn into an epic battle with super mutants. You can randomly meet someone on the road and they will give you some quests or equipment. You'll often
That's not
encounter
random.
humans.
No, stop. That's not
random.
random. They're literally programmed to be there.
They're always there. Always. They never leave that fucking spot.
Like, until you
fuck are you
complete the
talking
quest,
about?
obviously.
Even then, they don't really leave. They just lean up against the building.
Oh.
Yeah,
if
they
you
just
make
lean
them
up
go
against
away?
the building forever. If you tell them, if you do it peacefully, we're like, you know, you're neither of you are gonna kill each other. He'll just camp right outside her door and sell drugs.
That doesn't solve the problem, though.
I know.
To
Yeah, it's
humans,
literally either kill them or they stay there. That's it. Those are your only options.
Even if you threaten them to go away.
Yeah, no, they literally. You don't really threaten them to go away. You just threaten them to, like, you're not going to get your money. Fuck off. And he'll be like, okay, Jesus. And then he'll walk over to the building, lean up against it, and then be like, you want to buy something? It's fucking shit.
Fallout 4 constantly proves that it's worse than I ever thought it was every time we cover it.
Yep.
Yep.
mutants and monsters not giving a damn to your presence. Even something as simple as a beautiful sunset can create an unforgettable moment. Every time you play Fallout 4,
What about every other game that has a fucking sunset?
Yeah.
What about Landell? When you come out on that balcony, holy shit, gorgeous view ahead.
Yeah.
God.
Fucking New Vegas. The sky in that game is like one of the fucking draws to it. The fucking sunset. Hell, remember that fucking image I sent you guys not that long ago when I was playing it because I was like, holy shit, this looks so fucking good. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it again and then you can pull it up on screen. You could talk while I do it because it might take me a minute to find it
Okay,
again.
do you want us to continue onwards?
Yeah, you can continue.
Okay.
something happens, and often it happens completely unscripted. The fourth reason
No, more often it's completely scripted. Holy shit. More often
Sometimes-
it's completely unscripted. Good God.
Sometimes you can run into a creature unscripted in the game, but that's like... that's nothing. You're never going to run into a detailed quest unscripted. Even some random encounters are scripted, like the fucking art encounter. Like, sure, it can show up anywhere in the world, but it'll play out in one of two ways. One will be holding the other hostage, or they'll be shooting at each other until one dies. And this is one you could get multiple times too, apparently, so, you know, fun.
Yeah.
That encounter in particular bugs me so much, because when you kill, like, when one of them dies, and you try to talk to the other, he'll just be like, that thing had my face. But then he's just, like, walking away in a normal walking animation.
I see that you're very, very shaken up about this.
That's such an empty qualifier. A shit ton of games have a sunset in it. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Some are designed without a night and day cycle, but time progresses as you do the missions or as you do, like, certain things in the world. So they'll have entire levels dedicated to, like, you know, part of the mission, but they'll have, like, really good vistas in them that could have a sunset or a sunrise or whatever else. Five reasons to get the meds to get the Todd Howard inside your head, forcing you to shill his games to go away.
Yeah.
Here's Creed's sons hitting the sun.
reason to play Fallout 4 is the powerful customization of weapons and armor.
Powerful?
Powerful customization? I mean, sure you can customize, but it's nonsensical. Like a heavy barrel increasing penetration? No. Again, we already talked about this in the other thing. Yes, kind of, but it's in a roundabout way. You have a heavy barrel, so you can use higher powder loads, and you can use different types of munitions in it. Not the
So
barrel itself doesn't do anything. It's the ammo that's the thing. You just have a heavy barrel to make sure it's safe for you to use.
the thing that would be able to change what kind of ammo you could use would be the receiver, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
the thing.
kind of. So you would have to change out the barrel, the receiver, and the chamber. You'd have to change all that out.
So like fucking 90% of the gun.
No, you just it depends on what it is. If you have an assault rifle, the easy peasy part is you take the entire upper receiver because that's all contained in one. You just take that out, you put a new one on. It's higher caliber, whatever you want. You're good to go.
Yeah, but I mean that's still most of the gun.
No, because a lot of the fiddly bits are in the lower receiver. That's where your trigger assembly are, everything at, and where your safeties and all those mechanisms are at.
Yeah.
No, I know, but I mean the main part of the gun.
Well, I mean, you need both.
You need both, really, obviously. You need the trigger to fire the bullet.
I know, but there isn't really like a main part of the thing. You know what I mean? Because you need the trigger assembly and everything like that, which is part of the lower receiver. You need the barrel, the lockup, the bolt system, and everything that are part of the upper receiver. So you need both. There's not really a main... Yeah.
It's complicated. I found it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good shit.
So yeah, if this is the qualifier we're going with, New Vegas blows Fallout 4 out of the fucking water.
Is that... I do have to ask. Is that... I know you've got mods. Is the sunset you're seeing there due to mods?
Or slightly.
Slightly.
I got rid of the overlay. So you know that yellowish overlay that's always over it? My game does not have that.
But that's the only thing visually that's modded there.
I do have Dynavision, which does alter the saturation a bit, but that's it.
Okay. So minor changes essentially.
Yeah, it's pretty minor, but then again, it's like, even if it wasn't, come on, people argue that fucking Fallout 4 is made better with mods and shit, and it's like, okay, well, so is New Vegas.
Well, he hasn't made that argument yet.
Yeah, fair.
I don't know if he's going to, but you'll see. Yeah, so again, sure, the game has customization, but it's very this does this because magic fairy tale logic. It has customization, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. This is a weapon modding system. Sorry, a gun modding system made by people who don't know anything about guns.
Yeah. If I wanted more penetration in my AR, first off, I would need to find what my chamber, what my lockup, my locking lugs, everything like that, what are they rated to? What powder pressure can they handle? And then I want to be under that. I preferably like to be very under that. And then if I can't go lower than what the standardized ammunition is, if I can't go any higher, I should say, if it's the same powder charge in it, okay, then how would I get around that? Well, let's do a steel core penetrator instead. So I'm going to use steel core ammunition instead to get higher penetration capabilities out of that same powder charge. It's not like one of those things. So if I wanted to use something that gave me higher penetration, sure, I do a heavier barrel to withstand the pressures. I do better lockup for the locking lugs and everything, and I would do the chamber. And then, then I can use higher, spicier ammunition. So stuff like your P+ ammo, your pressurized ammo. Stuff that has much more of a powder count to it. or grain count is what they call it. So that's what I would use to get higher velocity out of the bullet, which would give better penetration. And then I could also do steel core in those bullets and get even more penetration. So it's one of those things of like we said, yes, technically a heavy barrel is part of getting higher penetration. But a heavy barrel, you could just do a heavy barrel because heavier weapons are more stable. The lighter the weapon is, the more your random shakes and twitches will throw off your aim. And it's the same thing with if you've ever used scissors. If you use really light scissors, it's very difficult to make perfect cuts with light scissors because any little twitch in your hands, any movement will throw it off. If you use, that's why like tailors and stuff like that use really, really heavy, oversized, bulky scissors to cut all their patterns and everything because they need very precise cuts. And when something's that heavy, it actually has a lot more wiggle room when it comes to your hand shaking or twitching or anything like that because the weight of the scissors themselves will counteract your twitches.
Yeah. And heavier guns tend to have less recoil.
Yeah. So now it's not always true. Again,
not always,
there's guns are fascinating and wild, and there's a million variations you can do on every weapon to do all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, shotguns tend to follow that rule pretty closely, but other guns like certain rifles do not.
Yeah. So really, if they did heavy barrel and they wanted to be realistic, I would actually say minus recoil, increase on stability, and that's kind of where I would leave it. Obviously, increase weight. So heavy barrel, increase weight, increase stability, and lowers recoil. And then if you change out the chamber, I would just do increases weight on changing out the chamber, but then it would allow you to do higher grain count bullets. So then you could get more penetration power and stuff out of it that way. That is, if I was creating a system like this, that's what I would do.
We good to continue?
Yeah.
Fallout 4, you can upgrade almost anything from a minigun to a regular rolling pin. Also, there are many types of armor that can also be customized. Just for example, leather armor has 3 different sets. There is the light set, a sturdy one, and a heavy set.
Okay, and these aren't all choices. Alright? These aren't like, you don't make, like, this isn't like some deep choice here, my dude. This isn't higher replayability.
Yeah, even in terms of armor, it's not really a choice. It's literally just an upgrade. There's no reason to wear the other 2 sets over the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily add slower ADS because you'd be surprised how much you can snap to your sights. And I just realized my water bottle was open, so I was getting a nice little effect. You could be surprised how easily you can snap to your sights even with a heavier weapon. As long as you're familiar with that weight, your body will adjust to it very quickly. So I don't know if I would slow down your ADS. I really don't.
And they look completely. Don't say you haven't tried to build a heavy set of combat armor like it's shown in the loading screen.
I never have. I haven't given enough of a shit about modding armor because I've never needed to mod armor.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, it can make some things slightly easier for you, but it's like, it doesn't have that much of an impact from what I've seen, from what I've experienced.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't really have that big of an impact.
Especially because the way I tend to play Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas is I like being a sniper. I like using the hunting rifles and anti-material rifles, so I don't really need armor. I much prefer stealth stuff, so lighter stuff.
Have not yet power armor, which can also be improved by adding a stealth boy or even a jetpack. Oh my, I love the jetpack. The possibility of
The jetpack is very limited.
Yeah, it is not great.
In fact, it's
also,
based
you
on
get
your...
fucking... Go ahead.
Using the jetpack is based on your action points.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really bad. Also, the fact that the you get ballistic weave in this game, where it's literally just invisible armor you can wear over your clothes and shit. So, you don't even need to wear all this armor he's talking about. You can literally just find a pair of clothes you like, upgrade it with the ballistic weave, and you're done.
The jetpack is anecdotal at that point. You don't get it. It's got a jetpack. It's so cool. You can fly.
Yeah.
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 And again, this isn't really like meaningful changes to stuff. Sure, fine, you can do that, but how does that make the game more replayable?
Here's Creed using the common sense fallacy. Yeah, a jetpack just isn't a selling point for me. Like, oh, cool, it's neat that this game has a jetpack. It's not gonna make me buy the game, though.
Yeah.
such a cool customization makes the game more interesting. With one plasma gun, you can do whatever you want. A pistol, a machine gun, a sniper rifle. For those who like it harder, you can even make a flamethrower out of it.
Okay, I want to make a plasma cannon, like in Warhammer 40k. Oh, I can't do that? Oh, then I can't do anything I want then, can I? Okay, don't make statements like that.
You don't get it. You could do anything you want within the very specific limitations of what is possible within this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to say fucking mods.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that. That's probably going to be the last one, honestly.
Yeah.
Customization in this game is awesome. I would even say that in this aspect, Fallout 4 is the best game in general. And last but not least...
The best game in general? No.
I'm gonna have to hard disagree with you there,
especially on customization. My God, there's stuff like Starbase that exists, and I know Starbase is going through a rough patch, but shit where you can build your own space stations and ships from the ground up, even with its own programming language to make your own security clearances and doors and shit. Like, there is levels of customization you cannot get around. That is some insane level of depth.
Freedom within extreme limits.
Yes.
Remember, you are free to say absolutely whatever you like, as long as it doesn't go against what we believe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you see Canada now has that passed as legislation?
What?
Nobody in the medical profession is allowed to say anything about COVID if it doesn't fit the narrative the government is saying anymore.
Yep.
Yep.
Completely fucked.
Poor Creed.
Why does my country have to be such a joke?
Because you elected Trudeau.
I did not.
Your country. I'm using you as the...
Look, it's not our fault that a lot of people in our country are retarded and went, oh my god, he's so hot, I'm gonna vote for him.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots.
Yeah, that's the problem with this system. I was gonna reference that fucking clip again of, you know, for the people, by the people, but the people are retarded.
Yes. It's so true, too. But yeah, Rex, wait, Starbase is just space engineers? Kind of. Kind of. But yeah, very similar style. But in that, you could actually, like, there's a programming language you could learn yourself, and you could then sell your programming diagrams to other people for profit in Starbase. So I don't think real world profit. Maybe you could set that up somehow, but I don't know. But yeah, so you could get people that would do nothing but shipbuilders in this massive world. All right.
The reason you should be playing 2022 is mods.
There it is. I knew it. Yeah.
So I had
Not the
checked
base
this.
game.
I had checked this video before, and I knew it was the last point on the list.
I did not, so that's even funnier. That I saw it coming though.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it's the obvious conclusion to how this video would go, where it's like, yeah, but guys, you can mod it. That's why this is such a good game.
Of course.
Plenty of games can be modded.
Yep. Fucking Elden Ring and the Soulsborne games can all be modded.
Yeah, but you gotta
It
be
is
careful about
fascinating. Yeah. But it is fascinating to see some of the mods. Some of the mods people come up with, especially Dark Souls 3 Archstones. Oh my god!
that. Yeah.
Holy shit, that is an insane level of modding. I hit bad argument bingo. Oh, there you go, Jester.
Yeah.
Since the release of the game, it has released and continues to release many thousands of modifications, thanks to which you can make this game even better. You can make a dream game by adding new guns, armor, partners, locations, quests to Fallout 4. You can add EMB filters.
Oh no! Do not rewind. Do not rewind.
I know, I saw it.
I
What?
saw.
Yeah.
He did not bother to filter any of the stuff in that mod
By
list.
adult stuff, yeah.
Yeah, he just showed something on stream. Do not go back.
Booba?
Yeah, booba.
Yeah. The boobas. Anyways. Yeah, so this is not really like a thing. So the base game of Fallout 4 is terrible, and then there are a bunch of mods. Alright, why not play New Vegas? The base game of New Vegas is great, and there are tons of mods.
Well, my thing is more the fact that even if you mod the fuck out of Fallout 4, the story is still the story. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
you could spend hundreds of hours fucking around with mods, playing whatever's there, but the core of the game is still what vanilla was. Unless you get a mod that is like a total conversion that completely strips out everything that's there at the base level, you're still meandering about in the world set up and designed by Bethesda for the story they designed for this game. You know? Even if you have 500 mods in the game, you still start off, well, probably still start off in the vault and still want to find your kid.
You can add textures and improve lighting. You can end up making a completely different game out of Fallout 4. Fans of hot milk and Japanese foxes can change the models of all the characters in the game and just admire them and more.
Yeah, boy. What the fuck?
Wow,
What's
this
wrong
thing
with you?
was... No wonder it didn't filter by adult content. There you go.
Yeah, he did it intentionally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys,
this is just
don't
really bad.
Don't do this. Don't pull an Oxhorn. Don't be like, but my nude mod got bleh bleh.
Oh god, hold on a second. Guys. Somebody just pinged me with something.
Uh-oh.
So, just a few hours ago, the Golden Globes announced all their nominations,
Oh yeah,
right?
I saw this.
Rings of Power got snubbed. There's not a single nomination in any category. Get fucked.
Nice.
The Golden Globes are a leftoid circle jerk, and they fucking snubbed it in every category.
Yeah, I saw Nerdrotic's tweet about that earlier.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Rest in piss, you won't be missed. Yep.
Yep.
But you get to look at women. Oh my god.
There is
But
some
yeah.
justice in this world.
There's a little bit.
There is indeed.
Yep, sometimes the stars align and things play out the way they should.
Oh no! And then I saw something horrible in that same thing.
What?
Amazon likely to reboot Stargate. No! Amazon, you stay the fuck away from Stargate SG-1. Fuck up.
They already fucked the Lord of the Rings into the dirt. You think they're gonna stay away from something beloved?
Yeah, I know. Get away from Stargate. Get the fuck away from Stargate. O'Neill and Teal'c and Daniel Jackson and Carter are sacred, and that beautiful bald bastard General Hammond is a god. Leave him alone. Fuck off.
Not for long, they won't be. I can't wait for half of them to be turned into black and Asian women.
And all these applications are absolutely free and available to everyone. If you play Fallout 4, don't know how? Then watch my video guide on the correct installation of mods by clicking the link at the top of the video. 5 years ago, modifications were the privilege of only PC players, but Bethesda gave the opportunity to console players as well. So regardless of the platform you play on, you can install mods and get new motions from Fallout 4 even 7 years after this game was released. There are many more reasons to play Fallout 4. And
No, there isn't.
No, there aren't. And your reasons were really, really bad.
Yeah. Mods are fine, but they're not a substitute for quality, okay?
Yep.
You can't sit here and be like, this game is so good. It's so good because you can install mods that completely change the game to be not this game.
Yep.
It's like that's a pretty big indictment of the game, my guy. Not a praise.
Yeah, it's not a great recommendation of quality.
And if you like the video, then hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and press the bell to be notified about new videos.
Negative.
Was advantage. See you in the next videos.
Hooray! We're done.
We are done. Well, those videos were awful.
Yes.
Hopefully these two smaller creators improve the quality of their content and their arguments, and
Absolutely.
yeah. Yeah.
All right. So, Cree, chill.
I am a YouTuber. I have a YouTube channel. I do YouTube things. I want to get this fucking video done! And, in case those of you in chat don't know, I do a weekly podcast with my friends called STAG.
Yeah, in case none of you have ever heard of it. I mean, you might not be aware. It's actually an acronym. It stands for Suffering Through Abject Gar... Wait a minute, that's wrong! It's Some Tangents Are Guaranteed. As if you couldn't tell by how many tangents we had today.
What is your YouTube channel called? It's called... I was trying to think up with some good gibberish, but I couldn't.
It's called Birdie's Got Back.
No. Creetosis is a YouTuber and a furry. It's named Stag because all of the hosts are furries. No.
No, that
I'm not a furry.
That just ended up being a hilarious coincidence.
Yeah.
Well, not hilarious, more bemusing. Megan,
I have a YouTube channel. Hopefully I can get back to it soon. Been having a real rough time with these fucking security cameras. Things just keep not working out, and I keep having to buy new shit for them and all this other crap. But hopefully when that's all done, I can get back to streaming again. We'll see.
I, myself, also have a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel. And I'm actually taking a break from Twitch, and we are streaming on YouTube for at least this week. I'll probably extend it more. We'll see how it goes. Our first stream did pretty good. There's a bit of wonkiness. I don't know why OBS is suddenly using 30% fucking CPU. That's a bit disturbing. Because literally all I changed was, yeah, go to YouTube instead. And then OBS is like, okay, 30% CPU usage. Like, why? But yeah, so we're on YouTube, at least for this week. So feel free to come by the channel and say, hey, I stream every weekday from 10 a.m. Eastern Time to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We have ourselves a good old time. Tomorrow we're going to be playing some more Dark Tide. Today we just played We just played that new Survivor genre game, Rogue Genesia. So I highly recommend checking that out. It actually is a genuinely really good game. Really good game, honestly. Highly recommend it. It's $5 on Steam. $5. So, yeah, if you want to see how that plays, what that looks like, go ahead and go there. The first bit of the stream is obviously trying to figure out why OBS is using 30% fucking CPU, because what the fuck? It went from 5% to 30%. I don't know what's going on. Yeah.
Bree.
Anyways,
I was
chat.
muted for that, so I have to do it again. Re.
Bree.
They are wired cameras, so yeah, I'm gonna have to run wires. I'm probably gonna have to do it through my window.
Cree, what topic is the video you're currently working about? That is a surprise.
Yes. Here's a surprise, but a welcome one.
Yeah. Anyways, that's all. I'm gonna go take a Tylenol. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for coming out.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.